45 seconds. $30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
I want to tell you that I was down to my dad's gym with him back when they set up the sting operation at the Sand Pearl. And him and David Houston got wired up because somebody was going to try to extort them for the tape. And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape. And I've been watching you take the heat for it, and I've been hearing you, say sorry. And I know that you have a guilty conscience, but my dad told me the real story.
Wow. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Give me a second. Running a little bit behind. I got Tuttle remotely, but you wouldn't even know that he's not in the studio, but we have to be honest that he's not. He's in some retirement community in Volusia County, picking off cougs. I don't think you're really picking off cougs, are you? I mean,
there have been two. There's been two.
You picked off two cougs?
Yes.
You think you should be saying that with your newfound enthusiasm of getting back with your wife? That you should, or does she know that, she's probably doing her thing a little bit, and, you can occasionally, and picking off a coug isn't a bad thing. There's no feelings. That's probably the good thing about picking off a coug is a coug, she's probably her husband's dead, and she's not really looking for, a long-term, relationship. She's looking just to get picked off.
She's just trying to get her feelings.
Yeah. Do cougs, do 55 and older women have, do they want to, do they have do they still want to have sex?
They say that they do.
So what I have learned is that it's just there's no courtship. It's straight getting to it.
So it's you see her at bingo, and you do the little flirtatious gimmick.
Yeah.
And you do the setup, and next thing you know, she comes over to your I heard you had one of the nicest places in the community.
Yes, I do actually. I got a big plot.
I did hear that. So they come over to they come over to the big plot. And, they walk in, and, is it just straight, pretty quickly get to blasting?
So I've been keeping candles around the house now, too. It's people, women love candles, but they also love the smell and stuff. And, it keeps it going.
Maybe the lights down low, the shades pulled, maybe with some, some type of jazz, kind of deal piped on through whatever speaker system you have. Do you offer them a glass of wine or, some weed? What do you do?
Weed. I can't trust myself with any alcohol in the house.
You can't. You're true. Because if that bottle of wine that you had for cougar pickoffs one night, it'd just start talking to you.
Talk smack.
Open me.
Yeah.
Open me, you former alcoholic. And just
take me down your throat.
Give deep throat my deep long neck wine bottle gimmick. And get drunk and get that feeling back that you have. Now you've been sober and you've been off of alcohol.
Yeah.
You know what I hate, Lummy, is when we get these haters that like, Tuttle's not officially sober because he does weed. First of all, weed, you can, in Florida now, you can go, still go black market and, pick up a little here and there, but you can, pay. Now, if they made weed a little, like the weed card, a little bit more easier to get and less expensive, like they bend you over on that deal. Isn't it like $100 and like $200 a year?
Yeah, but you got to pay to go to your weed doctor.
Yeah, you got to go to the weed doctor. You got to go to the weed doctor, and that's like $100, $125.
There's no like gimmick doctors.
No,
like
there's no
ones?
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
but they charge you $100. But they charge you $125.
Oh.
And then they submit the paperwork, and then I think there's a $70 application fee.
Yeah,
and then there's every year renewal fee with a doctor checkup.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, weed in Florida is not considered, like would take you off the sober category. Like
no, don't they call it like California sober or something?
Yeah, that's
like
how they call it.
Whatever. You're sober because you're really the only problem you had were opioids and alcohol. And that's a country song.
JW, super chat.
God, look at my girl Caitlin Lockerbie. I mean, am I the only one that just thinks she's the most beautiful woman in the world?
She is.
She's very attractive, especially for her age.
She's the most beautiful woman. Like by far, the girl on Channel 10, local here, Tampa. She does Channel 10 morning. She's the lead. She just, oh my God, she's stunning. Whew. Back in the day when I was.
Is she the hottest local you've ever seen?
Yeah, probably.
That one volleyball, that sports from 8, you said was pretty strong.
Yeah, she's pretty strong. But back in the day when I had a plane and a mansion, I could have maybe scored that 20 years ago. Let me see. That would put me at 38. At 38, I was rolling hard. 20 years ago, it would have been 2005. I was not doing so well. I mean, I was still getting paid $500,000 from Clear Channel. They paid me $650 for the remaining portion of 2004. They fired me March of 04. They paid me $650 for that year, and then it went down to $500 for 05. So I didn't have a job for 2 years, but I paid Manson $10,000 a month. And I paid Hatley $4,000 a month to just not take other jobs. You know what?
What about Spice? Did you pay him?
No, because he stayed with Clear Channel, but then he got fired.
Oh,
hey, he's with the.
But here's the deal, man. Here's the deal, Lummy. Because I knew I was going to Sirius XM, and I knew, my base contract was $1 million, and I knew I should have just let Manson and Brent and everybody just go do their own thing, because I knew when I started in 06, I'd be able to double pay, triple pay, anything they were making.
Yeah.
So I could just say, go do your own thing, and I could have saved that money. That's $240,000 I could have saved with Manson. And $4,000 a month, that's $48,000 a year. That's $100,000. I could have saved, like $400,000.
You're trying to keep
trying to be good.
Trying to keep the boys together.
But I'm the dick.
And then everybody screws you, steals your tape.
Oh my
trash.
God! I actually found an old article from Bay News 9. They're the only station in town that was keeping up with Calta and Spice Boy leaked the tape. They're the only ones, Bay News 9, because...
Was that Josh Rojas?
Yeah, Josh Rojas, and he broke it down like you wouldn't believe, brilliantly, and it just,
Who was that woman back that just always busted your balls?
Mary Jo Malone in the Tampa... Yeah, she was a C-word. Hi, Hi, Bubba Show. You're on the air. Hello. By the way, 813-902-8222. To shorten it, it's 813-90-BUBBA if you'd like to call in the phone lines. If you're a troll and you're just a dick, we're just going to, hang up on you. So don't even try. I've been doing this long enough that I'll sniff you out. You might get a little bit of heat in, which sometimes, Lummy, it's good to get, somebody, the trolls, let them get a little jab in just to show you that I'm not unjabbable. And then chuck them to the weeds.
That's right.
But hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Morning, Bubba. This is Derek in St. Louis.
Hi, Derek from St. Louis. Lummy, we have such a huge global
Yes, we do.
print. It's amazing that we got covered on People, German television, TMZ, Page 6, New York Post, with the Brooke Hogan appearance on the show yesterday, but didn't get Tuttle, listen to this. This is how blackballed I am in Tampa media, which, listen, I'm bigger than you guys anyway, so, whatever. But not one shred of coverage in my local market, but I got, global coverage like you wouldn't believe. It was literally, I don't know if you paid attention to it yesterday or not.
Yeah, I did.
It was blowing the internet up. It was blowing the internet up.
Do you think it's because of just pure hate?
Pure hate.
Of you?
Pure hate.
Okay.
I think jealousy too.
Jealousy too. Yeah, I mean, absolutely jealousy. But more
That
importantly,
gave me goosebumps yesterday. I don't know about you guys in the booth there, but that gave me goosebumps yesterday.
now where are you from again, bud?
I'm in St. Louis here, and I was just wanting to know if you ordered more knives. I want to buy a knife from you, but I know you sold out of those.
Hold on. Look at that. Woo! Oh, Total, you got one of these?
I know. Okay,
I'm gonna get you one.
Is it okay for me to call Merch Crick if there's like something depending on a request?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to be respectful.
Absolutely. Just blow in attach me to
politely.
it. Blow in an email, and or text, and just say, hey, Erica, do you think it'd be possible? Because I know you probably want one of those sun shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's gonna, and she'll ship it to you. So absolutely.
She wrote me a nice handwritten note.
You're very, very much part of the family, and I hope that you feel that way.
Oh no, I definitely do.
And you know what? I pay you.
Yes, that's great. And look, this is the best setup that I've ever had in my life.
So, sir, St. Louis, that's my ex. Nikki was from, oh my God, not St. Charles, maybe St. Charles.
I'm in St. Peter's, so
yeah. But
everybody just outside of St. Louis.
St. Louis is a pretty cool town. I got to tell you something. Pictures do not do the arch any justice. So if you're a guy like me and you're not that well traveled, and I've not seen all the monuments I've never seen the Grand Canyon. I've never seen. Here's my bucket list on things I want to see before I die.
Okay.
The Grand Canyon.
All right.
The Hoover Dam.
Oh, that's a good one.
And I want to go back to Washington. I went to Washington as a kid in 6th grade. But I want to go to Washington and Washington, D.C., and spend 2 or 3 days and really go through all the monuments. Because I think it's important as an American.
Did you go on a trip, like a school trip?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too, man. And it was one of the greatest things that my parents ever did for me.
But I was in 12th grade, and we were more worried about looking at Lori Howard's ass and her Jordache jeans than we were the national the
Washington Monument.
Is that the big tall one?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, that's cool. But look at Lori Howard's ass.
Neil Malpa's here, $50.
But sir, go ahead, Tuttle.
Did you go to Arlington when you were there?
Yeah,
because that's very somber.
And we saw the changing of the guard.
Yeah.
And boy, if you want to get
serious,
go to the changing of the guard and try to be disruptive, and they will whip your ass. They'll put a bayonet point right to your face.
No, they will. That's crazy because even if you're talking loud, they'll get really, really aggressive.
They don't even want you whispering.
Nope.
So anyway, sir, talking about the arch, when I dated Nikki, we went to I was actually heard on, I forget what it was called. Maybe it was called, I don't know. I was heard on some obscure AM station in St. Louis. And Tony Twist, remember the ex St. Louis Blue guy, Tony Twist?
He's still around. He's got his own windshield. I'm a truck driver, and he actually come out with one of his employees and replaced a windshield at my work.
Really?
Nice.
You know what, man? Can I put you on hold and you get me that windshield information? Because I'd like to call Tony and just have him. He's a great dude.
Yeah, you can find him. He owns the company here in St. Louis, and
Good.
he's still here.
So we went to the guy who owned the radio station. He had at Busch Stadium, which, by the way, man, is really like Lummy. You want to talk about it? You want to talk about a baseball park, like with heritage and like the way a baseball park, the vibe and the feel. Because St. Louis Cardinal baseball is like the Packers in Green Bay, like it's a religion. Even though St. Louis has had the Rams move in and out a few times and stuff like that, but the one constant staple has been the St. Louis Cardinals, and they literally are one of the best organizations in baseball. But the facility is unbelievable. So while the day before we went down to the ball game, we went to the Arch, and oh my God, it's so much bigger than you would ever think. Now, have you ever been where, you can get into like one of these little you can get into like a little car, like a little cap.
Take it to the top, right?
Like a little capsule.
Yeah. And
it takes you, I heard it's pretty sketch, and it takes you clear to the top, and then you can do a tour on it. But the St. Louis...
It sways when you're up there, too. You feel it going back and forth in the wind. I've been up there a couple times.
Yeah, it's kind of sketched out a little bit, isn't it, bud?
It's a weird ride. I think they originally did them in the late '60s. So yeah, it's kind of sketchy.
Now, Nikki's mom told me a story. I think she graduated high school she graduated high school on the year that they finally put the last piece of the arch together, and she said that every school in the St. Louis metro area took buses down, like 12th graders or and they watched the construction guys put the last piece in and then opened it up. And I think it was like 1965 or
67, I think.
Was it 60?
I think it was 67.
But it took like 20 years to build because they kept having all these engineering problems, and it took and it went way over budget, and it was a big,
Can I ask why though? Why an arch? Why?
Because St. Louis represents the arch, kind of the entrance into the West,
the gateway to the West.
It's the gateway to the West. So like as you're going through, Ohio and Indiana and Illinois. Let's start at Pennsylvania, and you're headed west. Well, Pennsylvania's like the start of the Midwest. Everything east of Pennsylvania is considered the East Coast. And then you get into the Midwest, and the Midwest is kind of considered Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois. And then the West kind of starts in St. Louis, in Missouri. And so, we didn't make these up. The old timers did. And so they wanted to build something that, signified the gateway to the West. And so they built this. How tall is the arch? Do you know, sir, off the top of your head?
No. To be honest with you, I don't know. I don't. It seems like it was 600. It's got to be higher than 660.
Oh, no, it's not. No.
630 feet.
Is it?
No.
Hold on. That tall?
Yeah, 630 feet.
So
that's what I thought it was 600 and something. Yeah.
It's three times taller than the Sunshine Skyway.
Yeah,
because the Sunshine Skyway is 197 feet.
Yeah, it's twice as tall as the Statue of Liberty.
Oh my God, it's sketch, man.
They flew a plane underneath it.
That's probably highly illegal.
It happened once.
Yeah. So listen, I don't know. I thwarted your call with a Tony Twist glass repair and an arch kicker. What are you calling about?
I was wanting to see if you're going to reorder them knives because I want one.
Yeah,
even if you do like a pre-order or whatever, where you can have people put in orders to see how many numbers you want. I do a pre-order just so you get a clue of how many.
I don't even have to pre-order because everything I sell, it doesn't matter if I order 250 of them or 500. They sell. It's the hottest selling thing we've ever had, and it's the 9-inch retractable with Bubba Army inscribed on the blade. It's a double-sided 4-inch blade that retracts into itself, and it's this would be almost all you would if you were like rolling around with a place that you couldn't have a gun, like New York City or something like that. If you had this, and you know how to snap it out like a pimp, like that, you could scare off a bad guy, and it's super sharp. So, sir, to answer your question, yes, we're gonna have the knives back in stock. Probably it takes us about 30 days to get them. So, and also, let me the sun shirts.
Yes, thank you. I got mine.
I had a merch crick. By the way, you got the last 3X.
Thank you.
We sold out. The UV rated with a hoodie, like for the guys that are out there working, in the sun. The Bubba Army UV rated sun shirt available. Again, my merchandising website is Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Store, or BubbaArmyShop.com. These, I think we priced at something super cheap. They're usually $55. And I think we put them at 27 or something.
I think it was like 50%.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, St. Louis, yes, we'll have more knives, and I also got some other stuff coming too. So be patient. I'll announce. How do you catch the show? Rumble, YouTube, Facebook.
I'm a truck driver, so I normally catch you at night. I'm a night driver. And I just got done with my shift this morning, but it's YouTube's what I'm watching you right now.
Yeah, perfect. We love that. Our YouTube, of course, all of our everywhere you can find us is at the Bubba Army. So whether it's Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, it doesn't matter. It's all at the Bubba Army. Sir, appreciate your call. Appreciate you being from St. Louis. And I will have those knives that you are so very need. Probably within a month, and I'll make that announcement. And I promise the next time we get them, I'll have enough that they won't. Literally, they sold out like in 4 hours last time. So I think
I saw the show I saw it on a delay. So when you said you had the knives, I immediately went on there, and they were already gone.
I think we're gonna order 1,000.
Woo. Sir, you can email me. I have one. I'll give it to you for $100.
Shut up, Tuttle. Trying to be like
I'll
Seth,
take it.
son of a bitch. Listen, sir, just keep listening to the show. I'll let you know when
Love
they're
you,
back.
Bubba.
I love you too. No homo. Appreciate you, St. Louis. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing, Bubba? Not a first-time listener, but a newer listener.
Okay, perfect. Now, first of all, a couple little questions. Where are you listening to me from, and how do you get me?
Port St. Lucie. And it's on Facebook, and I actually travel every day over to the West Coast to the Tampa area for work.
Oh, perfect. That's great. And our Facebook numbers, Lummy, have been absolutely exploding.
Oh, yeah.
Gary Cantrell's got that dialed in. We're going to hit 200. I think we're 198,000 today. We're probably going to hit 200 grand over, relatively soon.
At least over the weekend.
Yeah. Gary Cantrell, love you, buddy. Keep doing what you're doing. So Facebook is a very good way to catch the show. We also put reels and shorts and various best of gimmicks so that you don't have to listen to the entire show. You can literally go to Facebook or YouTube or X, and we'll have like a 57-second short or reel from a high spot that we talked about during the show. So you could literally, not listen to the entire show because this probably gets a little boring at times, and just go right to our Facebook or to our X and to our YouTube, and we slice the show all up into the high spots, and you could listen to 4, 5, 6 high spots and get a pretty good cross section as to what we were talking about. And listen. There's just not a lot of good spoken word content out there. Shows that are directed towards just, good, hardworking, blue collar people like we are. So, appreciate you how did you find us?
Just scrolling through Facebook one day, and you looked very interesting.
Oh. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Very fat, very jolly, and very interesting.
Jolly.
I'm the same way.
Any particular question that you have, my friend?
I saw that I'm sorry. I heard you said just a while ago that your bucket list, you had a couple things you wanted to do.
Yeah, I want to go to one. Go ahead.
Do you have plans to go to Pennsylvania to Gettysburg? the battlefields?
No, not really. I mean, because it's just a big old field, and then it tells you how many people died there. It's kind of depressing, actually.
See some reenactment, maybe.
Maybe see a reenactment of some weekend warriors that want to be, Civil War dudes. So,
Well, they have a place called Jenny Wade's house, and it is the most haunted house in Gettysburg. And while you're there, you will see things happening out into the field. You'll see apparitions moving around and everything.
Yeah, not for me. I'll get scared and have nightmares about it. So.
Well, Bubba, listen, you're a very honest and trustworthy-looking type of individual, and I appreciate what you do.
If I was to go to Pennsylvania, I'd probably go to Williams Grove Speedway. That's probably on my Pennsylvania. I used to live in Philadelphia for about 6 months. Never really strayed too far out. I went to Wildwood in New Jersey for spring break. Tried to get laid, but that's my extent of Pennsylvania. I had a horrible time in Philly. Nothing against you fine people of Philly, but Philly's rough.
You had 98 days there, right? Something like that?
Yeah, Philly's rough, and every girl. This is the early 90s. Like 91. I'm sorry. This is like March of 90. And, every girl was still using a can of White Rain to do her hair. And if you'd show up if you'd show up to her house to pick her up, Lummy, her brother Salvatore or Antonio was on the porch, in a wife beater, doing arm curls on his. And so Philly's real Guido. Philly's
stereotype,
very Guido, and me and Guido don't work too good usually.
Bob, it's funny that you say Williams Grove Speedway, because I grew up in York, Pennsylvania, and I used to hang with my parents. I don't know if since you're into racing, it sounds like, you may know some of the late model drivers, Jimmy McBee, Denny Bonebreak.
Yeah.
My dad was a pit crew for Jimmy McBee back in the day.
Very, very familiar with all those people.
Yeah.
And I own a dirt track in Ocala. So, yes, I'm very familiar with Williams Grove. I'm very familiar with the late model drivers. And, Fast Freddie Raymer, Lance DeWeese, the Pennsylvania Posse. I'm familiar with all those guys. And more importantly, man, appreciate you stumbling upon us. And, appreciate you watching us and catching the show every day, my friend.
Well, you keep being honest and true, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
He didn't know that you own a racetrack?
He just started listening, Tuttle. He found us on Facebook.
Yeah, Tuttle. Don't try to be a hater, Tuttle. We like the jovial, crazy,
He was jovial, little guy coming over here to Florida.
Yeah. Let me Tuttle. Don't pick our new listeners apart. Jesus, trying to be nicer to people. Hello.
Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, no podcast Monday on Spotify or YouTube anywhere.
Oh, maybe because Seth wasn't here to upload it. I don't know. That's going to be a Lummy question. Lummy, did we forget to upload the podcast?
No, everything was sent over to Seth. He's on vacation, so we're just guessing that he didn't post it.
All right, maybe circle around. I'm trying to use some corporate terms here as a good boss. Maybe circle back and see if, and maybe a friendly little nudge to Seth that we got a call. Hell, Lummy, I just send this call to him saying that, hey, we got this call this morning, and Bub wanted to know if you could maybe handle it.
Okay.
So, sir, we'll be getting that. Stuff. So you're saying the Monday uncensored show with me and Lummy, which I think we got into. Lummy, I think we got into some.
Sure did.
We got into some really, really controversial stuff,
yes,
including playing the Nick Hogan audio.
Yes.
So we probably need to really get that up, sir. We're looking into it. We'll have it fixed by later today. Okay.
Okay. Have a good day. Hey, Lummy, what's those step walking apps you got on your phone?
Oh, WeWord and PaceFit. It's just a walking app that they pay you to walk.
Hold on.
Are you a walker now?
Lummy, are things that
I do. I do WeWord, but there's a lot of scam ones out there that don't work.
Lummy,
there are.
I thought I paid you a fairly competitive wage. You got to now walk for money?
Yeah, you just you get your steps and it pays you pennies on the dollar. Follow the steps.
Screw that. I'd rather stay in bed.
Exactly.
So anyway, buddy.
Lummy, I got another one, Lummy. Noom vibes, Lummy. Noom vibes. You get to watch hot chicks do their workouts. Get paid.
All right, thank you.
Or, sir, for us who aren't losers, we have real women who really want to have sex with us.
You just told me not to attack the new listener.
I can. Good talking to you, buddy.
Appreciate it.
I don't need to watch chicks working out.
You're getting paid to work out, Lummy.
No, you just, it's her steps. Just keep her.
Whatever.
It's tracking your steps.
I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
You sound pretty thick-tongued today. Hello.
Because I pay to get steps.
Hello.
Wait, because...
Last opportunity for you to declare yourself, my friend. It's Bubba. You're live on the air. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, sir.
Yeah, I am a former listener. When I used to live in the Tampa area, I now live in the Baltimore, Washington area, and I'm surprised you'd want to come to Washington. I avoid Washington, D.C. like the plague. I actually, as a kid growing up in Pennsylvania, we used to go on field trips to Washington, D.C., to the Smithsonian and everything. And one time we got in trouble because the group of kids that I was with kind of separated from our chaperone, and we went off and effed around the city and did our own thing. And the teachers found out, and we got suspended for the week.
Well, I can see that because, I mean, for just, security, and these teachers are responsible for you dumbasses. And if something would have happened to you, while you're not with the group, that's on the teachers, and they're going to get in trouble. So, I understand. I mean, I understand being a rebel as a senior, as I would, and trying to, say, hey, let's blow this, teacher-led, let's get the hell out of here and, peruse around the city the way we want to. But you got to understand also they're responsible for you. So how much suspension did you get?
It was like 3 days in school suspension.
Oh, that sucks.
So it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, and in school suspension,
on all the work.
In school suspension just really usually amounted to you staying in a small room after class, after school was done for an hour, and you could just, sit there and do nothing, or you could actually try to get your homework done. So I think that's what in school.
Oh, no, it wasn't even that. It was during school hours, and you went home normal. You came to school normal.
So
you weren't in class or anything.
Would they bring your homework to you?
No, they'd bring. Yeah, you were in a small room with some teacher or whoever in there, and they'd give you all your work for the day, and you just did it. And
like solitary. I've had it before.
You were separated from the rest of the kids.
Yeah. All right. I mean, you lived through it, made you a tougher man, my friend.
Exactly.
But DC is it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I kind of look at Baltimore, huh?
Here's the thing. For you that live in the D.C. area, you take it for granted. For the other 99% of America, that is, our nation's capital. If you still love our country, what it seems like more and more people do not love our country. I don't care if there's a Democratic president or a Republican president. I don't care who's the president. I want to know the history of our country and still love my country and be proud, although my choice of president may not have have won the race. I don't even know. I think Ronald Reagan was the president when I went my senior year. But, I think it's important to know our history and to know, some of the interesting things that you can learn in our capital. Smithsonian's unbelievable. So I think you take it for granted where most of us, Americans, really don't take it for granted. It's like us in the beach, Lummy.
That's right.
Like, when you get people from out of town, be like, man, Clearwater Beach and Fort DeSoto and St. Pete Beach, it's so beautiful. If I lived here, I'd be there every weekend, and you can watch the sunset in the Gulf of America. The Gulf of America is so beautiful. Oh my God, the sand's so beautiful. Things that people in Washington D.C. can't see. What are you looking at, the Potomac at best? Well, we here as Floridians, we don't really go to the beach. I mean, the beaches are for tourists. I guess that's probably what Washington D.C. is for, tourists. And
more or less.
And so you probably take it for granted,
Yeah.
and I think it was cool, and I take the beach for granted, and you probably would think it would be cool. So to each its own. It's where you geograph. Like if the guy in St. Louis, the arch doesn't mean crap to him. When I saw the arch, I was blown away. I'm like, oh my God, that arch. So you get desensitized based on where you live, and you take things for granted. But meanwhile, most of the country, are not exposed to that. Don't take it for granted, and it's something that we would like to see before we die, at least.
Dan Sprinkle can, $20.
Dan Sprinkle can.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you. I don't know what you're calling about, but thank you.
No, I want to go to Washington, D.C. My trip was canceled because of 9/11 on my senior year, and I've never been able to go. Go to 1344 in this video. It shows how they load and.
I went to D.C. for a week to visit Ron and Fez and do radio with them at WJFK, which is a pretty big heritage radio station.
Very much so.
And I went out, Ron was smoking his cigar outside at the entrance, and he was like, do you see how double paned the how studio glass is in some of these places?
Yeah.
And it was extra, extra thick, and he was like, yeah, people would drive down the street and take shots at G. Gordon Liddy from the road.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's everything's highly politicized in DC. So you probably
Did you go to DC with Jack Harris?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes and no.
Okay.
We went to the Bobby Poe Pop Music Survey, which is in Tyson's Corner, Virginia, which is a suburb of D.C. And Jack and I attempted to. He was drunk, and I was hungry because I was real fat back then. And we attempted. We were going to blow off one of the radio panels and go into the city. So Jack borrowed a rental car from Mark Chase, and we got halfway. We were pulling into D.C., and we were going to go to the Smithsonian, and Jack he was hungover, and he pulled into a rest park and started puking, and we ended up going to a Burger King because he figured he needed some food. This was in the morning, so he needed a breakfast sandwich. Of course, I needed some hash browns immediately, and we turned back around and went to the hotel and went back to bed. So that's my D.C. Jack Harris story. Hello, man. Phone lines. This is almost like a call-in show, is it not?
Yes, it is.
813-90 Bubba. Hello.
Bubba, I got a question for you.
Okay.
So I haven't heard you say it in a while, but I've got to know because I use the term quite frequently. Can you please explain to me what a McGillicuddy is?
A McGillicuddy can be anything. Anything.
Yeah, it can.
It can literally be anything. Like if I was me and Lummy were changing the oil on my truck, and I needed the oil filter wrench, I'd point, Lummy, hand me that McGillicuddy.
All right.
Or it can literally be anything. Or you can be like, hey man, Lummy, did you see the McGillicuddies on that bitch?
Oof.
Woo.
Big.
It can be anything. My explanation in the easiest form would be it can be anything. Like if I didn't know, what's your first name? Adam. If I didn't know your last name, I'd be like, Lummy, you know that Adam McGillicuddy that called in?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that dude. He's pretty cool. He seemed pretty cool. So Adam, you can just insert the word McGillicuddy to any situation if it's in the right context.
Appreciate it, Bub.
All right, man. Appreciate you. Where do you listen to us from, and how do you get us?
Atlanta on Florida Man Radio.
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. By the way, for those that are watching us on Rumble, appreciate you. Rumble.com/The Bubba Army. All 7,000 of you. Could you? I know if we're probably. It says 10,900 followers. We're trying to get those numbers up. We just started kind of our Rumble campaign not too long ago. Lummy, we've hit the 130,000 subscribers on YouTube and we even got the plaque.
Yes, we do.
Which Lummy, one of these days I want to hang that plaque. I want to take the Warsaw sign and maybe put it up a little bit and to the left, and then put the YouTube 100,000 subscriber plaque, or are you reaching for it?
Yes.
And put it where the Warsaw sign is, so it would be right there in that space right over your fat head.
Yes.
And people could. Why don't you? Let's try to frame it up right now. It would literally see the word SAW, SAW in Warsaw.
The mic's in the way, though.
No. If you could keep his mic right there.
Yep.
And if you put it over the word SAW. Are you using a piece of paper, or are you actually using the actual? You don't have the.
That's what I was trying.
I don't have the award.
You don't have the award.
It's right by you.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Where?
It should be right to your right on the table.
Did we lose it?
I sure hope not.
It's not over here.
And it looks like
Blitz took it.
Oh, Jesus.
Stole everything else. We'll find it. Yeah, but like right there, Lummy. Right there. We'd put it right there.
And we need 11 people for 11,000 on Rumble.
Oh, we only need 11 people.
Yes.
11 for 11?
I mean, like D Darwin and Henry Getter. And I know Beach Metal Detectors is following us.
Of course.
I'm going to call you to police. Skew 1. Probably some of those people are not followers. And just hit the follow button on our Rumble channel. And it'll get us to 11K. We'll be very thankful. And then you'll hear my fat ass begging for you guys to continue to click. And I'll say, and then it's Bubba the Love Sponge. We're stuck at 11. I'd sure like to see 11-1. And every day I will absolutely irritate the hell out of you until we continue to grow that number.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Beast got like his 500 millionth subscriber award? It was sickening.
That guy's, that guy's insane. And I got nothing but love. I'm not going to ever say a bad word about that guy. He's self-made. He did it all on his own. Brilliant. Got in early. He's just absolutely brilliant. Good for him. God, and he like a multi. Oh yeah. The dude can literally buy a plot of land, put a $1 million gym in there. With a restaurant, and then challenge a guy to live in there for what, 3 months?
His friend.
His friend, and then give him $1 million if he makes it. And the guy has every amenity known to man. He just can't leave the facility.
Yep.
Or I think he can actually walk outside to like the patio.
Well, they built him like an outside kind of like workout area.
Yeah, they built him an outside complex as well. And for he's got to live there for however long, and then he gets $1 million.
That's right.
So did you hear him and 2 other guys do the channel together, and he's already had it written, the contract is out. If he happened to die, he's going to have the people that are left over keep their hands on his tombstone, and the last one to move their hand gets the company.
Oh, that's brilliant!
Wow,
I should do that. Although my company's only worth about 86 cents, so I'll give you $1. I'll give you $1, and consider you lucky. Hi, you're on the air. Who's this?
Hey, Bubba, Steve in Orlando.
Hi, Steve. And listen, since we got, since JVC sold all their properties in Orlando, I'm thinking you probably listen to us on the Florida Man Radio app, or you listen to us maybe on YouTube or Facebook.
Yeah, I got you on YouTube, brother.
Fantastic. What do we got going for?
Funny. That's funny seeing all these other people so butthurt that Brooke calls into you yesterday and not them and their little lame shows.
Well, I mean, with them, it's like there's not a story about them with regards that she can tell that is, so just so unbelievable. And a story that I've had, and information that I've had to, basically struggle with for 12 or 13 years. And she knew some information that was directly related to me. And, they like for instance, Russ Rollins on Real Radio. By the way, Russ and I are friends. Yeah. I don't have any problems with Russ at all. Russ and I keep in touch with each other. Tuttle did Russ's show. Russ told Tuttle, tell Bubba I said hi. So me and Russ are cool. But whoever would be bitching about it, I'm sure Russ wasn't one of them.
No.
But whoever would be bitching that Brooke Hogan didn't call their show and give them, all the information and the scoop that she gave us. But it was direct. She opened up her information, and then we were with her for an hour.
Yes.
If you didn't hear the show, go back and on YouTube or Facebook and look at the reels and the shorts that we put together. You can see kind of the best of Brooke Hogan's phone call. But a large portion of her phone call, was giving me some information that really, really was emotional and really, really kind of exonerated me a little bit on a crime that I've been, most of 99% of people that are familiar with the Hogan sex tape think that I am the one person, and I was the only person that, I taped Hogan. I first of all let Hogan blast my wife. I then taped it. I then downloaded it to CD. I then took it to my office. I then started shopping it around. I hired an agent. I tried to shop it around. I couldn't get it. I couldn't sell it. It wasn't worth anything because I didn't have any permission slip forms from Heather and or Hogan. I then leaked it to Gawker, and then I leaked it to National Enquirer, all trying to do Hogan, my friend, dirty. Well, realistically, I didn't do that. But nobody knows the truth, and the media never told the other side of the story, because when Hogan went to sue the people that did distribute it, they settled. Cox Communication quickly settled and laid down and wrote him what I've been told. I don't know it to be true, but I got fairly accurate sources that said Cox scratched him a $52 million check.
Eric John Pizza owed us $10
because that stolen sex tape was on their servers and circulated around Cox management. Otherwise, why do you write a check?
I saw it firsthand.
Yeah, I mean, Tuttle's actually in my documentary, not my documentary, the documentary that a company came to Tampa for 2 years and shot. It's about, I can tell you what it's. I think I can probably tell everybody the title.
Yeah, I think you have.
Video killed the radio star. I think they've added a tagline to it. Video killed the radio star. The untold truth about the Hulk Hogan sex tape.
I hope you can say the name. You said it on Piers Morgan.
Yeah, there you go. Video killed the radio star. The real truth about the Hogan sex tape. And so there was this FBI sting that was targeted to arresting the people that did leak the tape to the National Enquirer with the N-word and to Gawker for the sexual part. I didn't do that. But everybody thinks that I did because my story's never been told, because I have been officially looped as the asshole or the bad guy. And so Brooke called in yesterday, and just to give you a little synopsis of what she said. Meanwhile, I've not talked to Brooke Hogan since 2011. So what, 14 years? Yeah. I've not talked to her in 14 years because, quite frankly, I was afraid. I mean, what am I going to reach out and say, hey, Brooke, it's Uncle Bubba, and, I would expect to be blocked. I would expect maybe not even to have her information. What am I going to? I DM her on her Instagram. I didn't want a scathing, response back that said, "Hey, fat ass, you ruined my father." And the N-word controversy was directly speaking about the African American she was dating. So I never, for 14 years, didn't even attempt to get a hold of Brooke.
Were you guys close when she was younger?
We were very close. And I don't, nobody make that creepy or anything.
No,
but,
I know.
Her and I were super close. I would see some of the things that Linda would do to her, and I'd take underneath my arm and say, listen, don't worry about her. She's drunk. You're not fat. You're beautiful. You're talented. You're a good girl. you're not near the F up that your brother is. Don't worry about it. And then if I saw her in the backyard and I'd see her out there, bummed out, I'd go out there and wrap my arms around her and tell her, listen, stop. Don't stop beating yourself up. You're a good kid. And then I'd go tell Terry what I did. And then Terry would go out there and say, don't worry about your mom. She's a bitch. Because Linda was the cause of most of her pain. And then later in life, Hogan really did her dirty. Hogan basically she had Brooke Knows Best television show that he tried to write himself in on. After Hogan Knows Best blew up because of the divorce, VH1 went to Brooke and said, "Hey, we want you to do we want to do a spinoff of you living in Miami, doing your music." And her best friend Ashley lived with her, and just being a couple of hot 21-year-olds rolling through Miami, that worked.
Yeah.
And so her first 3 seasons, she killed it. Season 4 came up. Hogan stepped in as like, I want to be executive producer and I want to be, in seasons 1 through 3, he always penciled himself in where he would like show up and give her a hard time about who she was dating and all this kind of stuff. And then in season 4, when he canceled the Pink Sneakers production company that was putting it together and tried to, he wanted Jason Hervey, Eric Bischoff, and Hogan to be the production company. And this has never been told.
Oh.
This has never been told. But Hogan, basically imploded her VH1 deal, told VH1 they were going to do their own deal, Hervey, Bischoff, and Brooke. And you know what they wanted her to do? They wanted her to take a tour bus and tour all 50, rather than to be about her living in Miami, having a little hot white Mercedes with her and Ashley going to clubs. And then, during the day, she's at the recording studio practicing her dancing and she's dating a dude and, just like, and she's hot, and that was working for VH1. Jason Hervey and Eric Bischoff and Hogan wanted to form their own production company, and they wanted her to go to, listen, I'll have her back on the air next week maybe to confirm this. But they wanted her to go to have a tour bus, big pink tour bus that said Brooke Hogan on it, and go to each state and go on a date with a fan.
Oh, God.
Like just complete Jason Hervey. What was that? What was he? What?
Wonder Years?
Yeah. Some stupid Wonder Years nonsense. And she told her dad, So that blew up. That blew up the reality show because Hogan wanted to do it that way. And then, on Christmas Day, she was with Sobe Entertainment, and her music career was really starting to take off. And Sobe Entertainment, she was signed under Sobe Entertainment, but Bischoff, Hervey, and Hogan wanted her. She was getting traction, and Hogan didn't want that because as she gets traction, she gets people watching her, and she starts getting popular and things like that. And Hogan, I don't know if you guys have ever heard the expression, and probably not, but it's only for people that are stars, and we're certainly not stars. But there's this expression: there can only be one star in the family. Because it's just, families are not designed to have you never see, like Sly Stallone, for instance. Like Sly Stallone.
Yep.
Now they have a reality show and his daughters are pretty, but they're not mega stars.
No.
They're window dressings to put Sly over. Sly's the star. Kardashians the same way. They all have, done their own thing, but Kim is the star.
Bruce, though? I mean, Bruce is up there.
Bruce ain't Bruce.
No.
Yeah.
Bruce is gone.
Newsflash, Bruce is Caitlyn. And guess what? He's no longer part of the family.
Nope.
So Hogan, him and Big Show were best buddies, and Big Show literally is 7 foot, and Hogan thought that Big Show could be a professional boxer. And so he soaked this guy named Cecil, I think his name's Cecil Barker. He owned Sobe Entertainment. He soaked Cecil for $3 million, bought Big Show a house in Miami and then a training gym, and they were going to, make Big Show this big time boxer and make money that way. And they needed the $3 million to somewhere, so they canceled Brooks' contract with Sobe and put it into the Big Show train. Meanwhile, Big Show did like about 3 months of training and said, this is way harder than pro wrestling. This is real. I'm actually getting hit in the face.
Is that when he fought Floyd Mayweather?
Did he fight Floyd?
No, he did at the Orlando. Yeah, WrestleMania in Orlando. It was like Big Show versus
but that
Mayweather.
That might have been just like maybe a litmus test as to how, because he was still under contract with WWE. So they needed to find $3 million in the budget. So Hogan and did you hear? Because Hogan told me about this. Hogan told me, hey, listen, we were in the gym one day working out. I was like, brother, I got a really, 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 really tough. I got to get some heat. I got a real tough spot I'm in. I'm like, what? He's like, I need $3 million out of the Sobe, the budget that they had budgeted for Brooke was like $1.5 million for 2 years. Because it literally takes that much to come up with, and this is way when recording music and distributing music was way different than it is today. I mean, like Tuttle. Back in the day, when, in order to be on the radio or to create content, you had to be in the studio. I mean, the technology we have now and the technology, everybody can have a podcast. Everybody can be on YouTube. Everybody can be a content creator. Back in the day, you actually had to have some talent, go to a legitimate studio, and legitimately broadcast from that studio.
It was too expensive to be able to afford that equipment.
Now, Lummy, we can't even do the unsigned band review and find anybody that sucks because you can literally buy the equipment and record all of your stuff as an artist of music. You can record all of your stuff. The boys can even do it from their house, send it to you. You go ahead and minus it into, they got so many programs and so many, and next thing you know, you got yourself a hit record, and that costs you about, $20,000 all in. And meanwhile, that would cost $1.5 million with regards to studio time and booking, all that kind of deal. So they squeezed Hogan's, we're in the gym. He's like, brother, I got an Iggy up a contract, a termination notice. And then sign Cecil's name to it, and fire Brooke from her music deal, so that Big Show has a budget to train. I'm like, why would you do that? She had just came off doing remember that infamous picture that you see of me on stage? It almost looks like my pinky is holding Hogan's hand.
Yeah, the night you said there was a fight between someone.
It's Jennifer, Hogan, and me, and we're on stage, and I got these white pants. I was dressed for I had like my Miami gear on.
You're Tommy Bahamas,
right? And Brooke had just done a show at the Mansion or one of these big nightclubs in Miami. And it went off. The show went off, man. Everybody was just really excited. She sang what was supposed to be her new single. Everybody was really excited. And 3 months after that, on Christmas Day, as she's opening up the presents from Sobe Entertainment, within her present is a termination letter that was Iggy'd up by Hogan. And he put the heat on, Cecil, the owner of the company, and she thought she was terminated. And so then, that night she goes out with Ashley to dinner at the Forge or some real, popular place where all celebrities go. And she's bummed out. It's the day after Christmas or so. And there's Jason Hervey, Eric Bischoff, and Hogan all in town, strategizing what they're going to do with Big Show. And so, I told her that yesterday. I said, do you remember that?
Yes.
It was such a uncomfortable silence. But I said, hey, Brooke, Do you remember on Christmas Day? I don't know what year it was. Probably like 2011, 2010.
I think it was 11. I think it's when it shows on Sobe when she was under contract.
So I think it was Christmas of 11. It was Christmas of 11. And the assistant for Sobe Entertainment comes to the door of their Miami house, has a big bag full of presents, and within Brooke's present is a termination letter. I mean, Cecil, the president of Sobe Entertainment, he was the nicest dude. He's a black dude, and his son was named Stax, and that was who Brooke was dating. And so in the infamous N-word tape that got released on National Enquirer that I didn't leak, but if you watch my documentary, I'll tell you who did. That's the guy that Hogan's referring to. And so within her Christmas present is a termination letter that Hogan iggied up so that he could get $3 additional million to train Big Show to be a boxer, that Big Show quit because it was too real.
Was that so? Do you think, because Brooke said there were some scummy people that Hogan was dealing with, you think one was Bischoff?
Oh, definitely.
Hold
Gotta
on.
be.
I know for a fact, and Bischoff can sue me all he wants. I know for a fact that it was absolutely Bischoff she was speaking of. And Bischoff and Hogan had such a roller coaster of a relationship. And Bischoff needed Hogan to be able to stay relevant, to be able to make a living. You can't make a living on your 83 Weeks podcast. I'm sorry, you just can't. And they would go through, ebbs and flows of friendship, non-friendship, friendship, non-friendship. And when Hogan told Brooke in the kitchen that one day, man, such and such really effed me over this time, she was talking about Eric Bischoff.
Was he bad with money?
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
You mean Hogan or Bischoff?
Yeah, Hogan is what I'm trying to say.
No, he was really good. He was good with money. No,
then why did he blow through it?
He did. And I'm going to get into this. Listen, they just buried a guy yesterday. So, I feel like I just heard a woman scream in the background.
You said hit that if we go past an hour.
What is it?
It's a goat screaming. Little goat screaming.
Yeah, but you got to put it closer to the microphone.
You told me not to. You told me to have it in the distance in case you want to ignore it.
No, I want you to put it right up to the microphone once and hear it. Oh, I wanted to milk that front page as long as I could. And, and are we still front page, or do we get kicked? No, we got kicked.
Yeah.
So it's time. It's time to take a break.
All right,
sir. I don't know who this is on the phone line, but I'm going to put you on hold, and I'll come back to you when I come back, okay?
Okay.
All right, hold on. Stand by. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Bubba, about an hour ago, 6 a.m., WWE just announced they signed a 5-year deal with ESPN. $325 million a year to put their 10 WrestleManias and everything like that on ESPN.
So rather than go pay-per-view, they're going to put them on ESPN?
It looks like ESPN's releasing...
Send me the article.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to pay $30 a month for ESPN's new direct-to-consumer platform.
Now is this
$10?
Is this where they mention the death certificate?
No, there's no video. It's just an article.
Okay, right here.
Yeah.
I mean, they took us off right off. We're not even on the fucking front page.
Xbox is down to 4.
I mean, no, they took it to. We're not even top 5. If you go to the front page, we're fucking. I just bought $1 million. It's.
Yeah, we're number 6 now.
What the fuck?
I've been keeping track. So.
Did we hit 11K or no?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Who the fuck would be calling? Rico, I can't fucking talk, bud.
You can get merchant. Thanking you amounts for his ear. What's up, semi-auto Travis? T-shirt Will.
Rico, I can step out of the studio at 7:20. That's gonna be my next break.
So Michael Bourne.
So let me know if that's okay.
Yeah,
I know that what we're talking about something that you probably need to talk to me about. So.
Oh, the NFL Network one. Yeah, is it that? Yeah, ESPN's making some moves. Wrestling and the NFL Network too.
I get off at 10.
Morning delegate Thorne.
You're, okay, you want me to call you right at 10? I'm at the track. Yeah, Saturday night. Yes, absolutely. I'll be there Friday and Saturday at the track. I got an RV. Okay. Oh shit. Well, I got okay. Listen, because I got a land clearing company that's going to come in. I mean, I got plenty enough room to get them started, but you know.
What's up, Gazzy? 77 months.
Okay, buddy. All right, buddy.
Yeah, ESPN's getting NFL Network, WWE, they're making some moves.
Well, I love you, and thank you for being so good to us as kids and being good to my dad. And trust me, I know in my heart who you are, and I appreciate, you know, everything you did for our family and for me with my music, and for my dad with whatever he needed. I mean, you were really the GOAT.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
God, let me, this is like a full-blown call-in show.
Phones are packed.
Phones are packed. By the way, welcome Panama City, 101.1. We're on 5 to 9. Then Brian Rust, a local legend and former morning man on this very same frequency, does 9. He does middays, and now Brian's also piped into Fort Walton Beach as well. So congratulations to you, Brian. And then, of course, the Shannon Burke. Shanahan had Don Miller on yesterday. I don't know if they have plans of putting Don Miller on, but I think they do.
They need to.
Oh, he's an African American man who's a conservative talk show host. That's a little bit of a kind of a rarity, and he drops the N-word frequently.
Living in the Orlando area, we all have known Don Miller, though, because he's been hopping around and
has he been like a radio journeyman in Orlando?
Yeah. No, he's done a lot of guest spots on local
I love the guy.
Radio.
And he just didn't drop the N-word because he's an African American man and he can. He drops it when it's appropriate. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
He just does an N. He may only use it 4 or 5 times a show, but it's very effective and it's
poignant.
Yeah, exactly. It's like an exclamation point. It really is. So Florida Man Radio now in Panama City, 101.1. The studio phone lines, if you'd like to call in, 813-90-BUBBA, 813-902-8222. I got so many stories to get through today. I got my buddy Rico Lummy, from Fatheads.
Yeah.
Working on a huge deal for me involving the track. I mean, an unbelievable deal. I owe him, if he can pull this deal off, man, probably one of the nicest, coolest thinking about me gestures that I've had. And so, God dang, Rico. I told Tom Bean about it yesterday. It's like, oh, my God. Thank you, Rico. I mean, Lummy, it's a deal changer.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's an absolute deal changer. Rico, I'm so thankful for you. With or without this deal, you've been such a great friend. You and Bernie and Sumo and Gooch, all my boys, my Indiana posse, of course, the great John Casica, Wags, Larry Plummer, Cable Dog, my boy from Scotty Landers from Gas City. Just so many great Hoosiers that listen and listen to the show, participate, are my friends, help me do stuff. Hello, you're on the air. I had you on earlier, then I had to go to Words. I'm running late. We were in the big box on Rumble. So, Rumble, anytime that is, Lummy, I'm going to try to take that whole thing an hour, and then we'll short space our stuff and get caught up.
Gotcha.
Hi, who's this?
Eric in Orlando.
Hi, Eric. What's going on?
Hey, Bubba. I've been listening to you, or I had been listening to you back when you were on the Howard and Sirius show there, and was a huge fan then. And then, Hogan was also one of my childhood heroes next to my parents, and when that whole thing went down, I honestly, was one of the people that kind of blamed you for it. And I just wanted to call in and apologize because up until yesterday, I had lost interest.
You probably, up until yesterday, you probably thought, and listen, rightfully so, because it's not been reported, because it's amazing. Yesterday, Brooks' appearance on the show, E! Entertainment, E! Online covered it. Us Magazine covered it. TMZ covered it. People Magazine covered it. I had a couple of British, United Kingdom, London television stations cover it. A German a German television station just got a hold of me, wanted to know if they could use some of the footage. I said yes. But meanwhile, not one shred of local coverage on a very national story on the day that Hogan's being buried, and not an utterance on any television station or on any local, like the St. Pete, the Tampa Bay Times. So it's not your fault, sir, because the local media, the Florida-based media, well, hell, just the media in general, chose not to tell the truth or the real story about the Hogan sex tape leaking. Nobody knows any different. The only thing that you've been exposed to as a former fan of the show is that I did it all. And if that's what, and so since that's the story that everybody knows, you, which I don't blame you, think I'm a piece of crap. Be like that. Why in the hell would Bubba do that to his best friend? I hate Bubba. I'll never listen to that fat ass again. And that's not your fault. That's what you've been told.
And I appreciate that, but most of all, I wanted to apologize because you and Howard were like made my day so much. That dynamic between I'm still a huge Stern fan. I listen to it, but you were right up there with him. And I was sad when you went away from satellite radio, but also when the whole thing with Hogan happened, it devastated me more than. Loss of my childhood hero, and that's what I was been kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you grew up, with Howard and me, and you held us in the highest regard. You've remained a Howard fan, and you're like, man, Bubba really screwed up his career. He really did, his best friend dirty. I just can't deal. I just can't back or like a guy that did that backstabbed his best friend like that. So I have been hated. And by really good guys like you that really liked me at one time. I was one of your favorite radio personalities and content creators, and you are like, screw him. Let me ask you a question. It was reported, and it says that you still listen to Howard, which that's great. Howard and I have remained friendly. Always get a Christmas card from him. Always get a birthday card from him. Love him. It's reported that Howard's not going to re-sign on Sirius XM come January 1st. It was all over the news. And I blew in a few phone calls. What would be – I mean, there's only one guy that checks all the boxes that would be able to replace Howard, and that's me. Because
100%.
Because I'm the only person that he ever hand-selected that he endorsed. And, because Howard's shtick for almost all his entire career has been everybody in radio sucks except me. And that's Howard's shtick. Everybody's a bunch of rip-off artists. Everybody sucks. I'm the trailblazer. I'm the king of all media. And he's right. He is. But when it came a time that he had to pick an afternoon drive, the two most important, in terrestrial radio and in satellite radio and conventional radio, this doesn't necessarily go for streaming, but within the radio world, the two most important day parts are first and foremost morning drive and then afternoon drive. That's where you put your two big heavy hitters. When Howard Stern, whose his entire mantra for his career is everybody sucks. Nobody can even hold a candle to me. When he had to pick his twin tower that was, his afternoon drive guy, there's only one guy he picked, and it was me, because I was the only guy that he saw had any type of original content or was a good host, and he picked me, and his audience fell in love with me. That's where, our global thumbprint that we have today is solely because Howard put me on for 6 years, his national platform. So there's only one guy, in my opinion, that SiriusXM could bring in that his fans are familiar with and would, quite frankly, probably gravitate to me and be like, listen, you can't, like when they tried to replace him with David Lee Roth and Adam Carolla and all that kind of stuff when he left CBS. It was all a fail. There was all a failure because none of those guys were handpicked by Howard. Howard called them all hacks. I'm the only guy that's been handpicked by him, and his fans know it, and they would give me a chance to win them over, in my opinion.
Not only that, Bubba, but you drew audience. My radio never left 100 because you were on in the afternoon. I bet if they went and looked at whatever data they have on listenership, they would see that people during that, like you said, those 6 years, I didn't even listen to music channels. Like now, when Howard's done with his stuff, I don't even listen to either have the other content, which is great sometimes, or the old shows. But during that 6-year time period, when he had you in the afternoon. I wasn't a big Scotty Farrell fan, but he was good. But it was you and Howard, and I had Howard in the morning on my way to work, and then part of work, and then I would listen to you, and I would stay tuned for your show because the stuff you guys did, you kept our attention after Howard was done. And I would bet they could refer to that. You're right,
and I think
there is no other.
And I think that Sirius, Howard's changed a little bit, and as he's gotten older, he's done things a little bit differently. And listen, I have too. Gone, or you can't have the strippers in here anymore. You can't have all that. You got to get good interviews. You got to be shocking in your opinion of news stories. You got to be, if I had
but he's got a different team other than Robin. Robin and Fred. He's got a different team around him. He doesn't have the same people that like you have. But it's still you and him at the center of the shows.
Yeah. And so I'm just telling you, man. I wish SiriusXM would consider giving me that shot, because if I did get that shot, I would retain Richard and Sal. I would see if Gary wanted to stick on. Obviously Fred, Robin, and Howard are gone. Those are the three, show staples that are, for lack of a better term, getting in a little bit older and probably don't want to do mornings anymore. But if I was given that opportunity, I would sit down with SiriusXM management and see who who they would allow me to retain. I would try to retain as much as I could to keep it very Howard feeling. And hell, they could even continue to name it Howard 100. I'll just be the morning guy, with a caveat that Howard can come in and do any kind of if he wants to do a week's worth of shows, I'll gladly take a step back.
But I think this show though.
But I think that and Howard has changed a little bit, as I have. But I think that maybe
he's got great.
I think, he's got it's right. He's got grandkids, and I think that Howard may have lost that blue collar guy driving a semi, and he may have deteriorated a little bit of his audience, based on just getting older and having different values and things like that. And I think I could retain or get some of those people back. Just based on, the good old days. And I'm still, like this weekend, I'll be on my grader and a bulldozer at the track. So, I'm still, not that Howard is not the common man, but he's not. He's a he's worth $1 billion. And, Howard used to be a little bit more in tune with that dock worker working on the docks of Long Island. And I still think that I resonate with those people. And I think it would be a win-win. And listen, I will never speak an ill word towards Howard. I never have. I'm one of the very few people that left Howard and remained friendly with him. I still get a birthday card. I still get a holiday card. We're still friends. So I think I'm one of the very few that have left Howard, remained friendly with him, and man, if they gave me that opportunity, I think it would be huge for both parties. I think I could move the needle on subscriptions. Let me, like, if for instance Sirius was to pay us enough money, we would probably have to abandon everything and be exclusively on SiriusXM.
Of course.
But, they would make it worth our while. So, and then we could have a YouTube channel and, Facebook where we potentially posted our clips. But if you wanted to hear the show live as it was happening, and I'd probably, quite frankly, have to move to New York as well.
I'm down.
No, we'll just pipe you in, Tuttle. Tuttle, I don't even know if you make the cut anymore. I don't even know.
That's what I was going to ask, because
I don't even know if you make the cut anymore. I mean, I'd be like saying, hey, Tuttle, you're going down to a stunt boy again.
Yeah, I know.
Report to Richard and Sal.
Yeah, see, because when I heard all the people you were talking about, I'm going to keep such and such, and I'm like, oh boy, who's making the cut from the team right now?
True,
like,
I don't know.
Does Gene come along?
Yeah, Gene probably makes the cut. And you know what? You probably, Tuttle, you make the cut. You make it.
Could you imagine the type of content that me, Richard, and Sal could do together?
Oh my God! And I'd have you quit your full-time job. I'd put you on salary so that you're for real.
That would be awesome.
So anyway, I did talk to a SiriusXM person yesterday. I don't know that it's going to go anywhere. I don't know. I think Mr. Scott Greenstein, still does not care for me. I've apologized a million times to him. I really think that Mr. Scott Greenstein, is a very, very, very smart businessman and knows knows the business of Sirius XM. I think deep down he knows I'm a good broadcaster. I think deep down Scott knows that I was handpicked by Howard, and I think deep down when they did. Lummy, that was they did get ratings. Nielsen Arbitron did a free ratings analysis for them one time when I was there, just to show them, like the kind of data they could give them. And at that time, I was the second most listened to show in the entire platform. I think Scott knows that data, and I think Scott knows that I could, genuinely. I'm a different person. I would first and foremost apologize to him. When we got fired, we, obviously that was, a whole different time. As Howard has changed, I've also softened up tremendously, and I owe him an apology. I have emailed him several times, but if I could just get Scott to open his mind up to see the potential of what I could potentially do for SiriusXM. They've cut a lot of their talent and concentrated on, spending a ton of money on Call Her Daddy and the Conan O'Brien podcast. But at the end of the day, you're still doing radio, and I still think you need that, male 25 to 54 to pay that subscription every month. And I think it would really, I think I could really move the needle, and I think I could make a huge difference for them. I really do.
I agree. And I got to go, Bubba, but like I said, I wanted to apologize and say thank you for the radio back then. Thank you for, having Brooke on, and also thank you for telling the side of Hogan's story that nobody was telling, and being that guy, and again, I apologize, man. I just,
are you going to cry?
I'm listening to this, man. Let's wrap it up by saying this. I am honored that you know the truth now from a legitimate source, and more importantly, welcome back, my friend. You know where to find us, our various platforms, and I look forward to having you back as Bubba Army. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. I still have my shirt, and I still have my Bubba Army shirt. So.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
He's getting emotional.
I know, me too. Me too.
Is there anybody that has surprised you so far that has called and apologized? And
nobody's going to. I mean, other than and thank you to you and Gary that are being active in returning people's comments on both Facebook and YouTube. And you know what, Lummy, don't even block the haters.
Okay.
Just engage them.
Okay.
Like if a guy goes, "Oh yeah, Bubba, nice try for having Brooke on, trying to get yourself out of trouble, but you're still a fat ass, and you should have never, the bottom line is you should have just never kept the tape." And you're right. You're right. You're right. You're exactly right. But pound sand, asshole. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like I used to block them, but actually engaging them and them getting in a full blown, meltdown with you is better for the algorithm.
Always stay kind.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Just be nice. No, just be nice. It kills them. Trolls hate it when.
That's what Gary and I do. You tell us right. We're just be nice.
Yeah, you're right, buddy. Bubba's an asshole. Number one.
Yep, we suck. Got it.
Sure,
Thanks.
number one. Remember when I used? Yeah, sure, number one. Hello, you're on the air. I really think.
Is it me?
Yes, it's you. It's yes, sir. It's you. One of these days, if we were ever to get back on Sirius XM, we legitimately need to get a call screener back.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
That would just make things so much more, it would flow better. What's your first name, sir?
My name's Jamie. I'm calling from Kalamazoo, Michigan.
So I could be like, my phone, back when I used to have a little bit of a budget.
I did it.
The phone screener would put Jamie Kalamazoo, and then
a short topic,
a short little topic. They want to tell you, how stupid you are, and blah blah blah. So I would go right to you and go, and so you would know that I'm talking to you. So I would have gone. I would have answered the phone. Jamie Kalamazoo, how are you, buddy? What's going on?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. No, so the previous guy, he kind of stole some of my thunder. I agree with everything. I'm a long-time listener between you and Howard, and I totally agree with that. I got a couple things. I can't wait to hear more of your vindication story. I hope you get into it more.
Well, listen, hold on. There's a documentary that a company shot about this whole thing, and it's called "Video Killed the Radio Star," and it comes out exactly in 4 weeks. And it's going to be available like on Apple and Amazon Prime and all these kind of places. And it's called "Video Killed the Radio Star: The Untold Story of the Hogan Sex Tape." Little wordy, but it would certainly, it's going to lay it all out. And I'm going to be honest with you, sir. It's going to blow your mind. It's going to absolutely blow your mind.
Visually, it's amazing too.
You're going to be like, "Oh my God, Bubba." I mean, and I don't want anybody to feel sorry for me, because I participated in recording Hogan blasting my wife. I should have never done that. And you know, when I had to clear out my house for 30 days when we were getting a divorce, I ripped out my entire surveillance system and brought it to work. And you know, there were DVDs of that event. Should have never done that. Can't take that back. I'm guilty of that. But my guilt stops there. It would have remained in my office desk, Lummy, untouched, and 3 people knew about what happened. Me, Heather, and Hogan. But there were people with alternative, missions and alternative that wanted to better themselves in the radio industry by getting me fired. And more importantly, the bad guys who did all this, they wanted to put me in jail for illegally recording. And had the statute of limitations not ran out, I was going to go to jail. I would have lost. I mean, not only did I lose everything, but I would have been in jail having lost everything.
No, you would have been like, you would have been miserable.
You can't even think of how bad I would have been. So, sir, thank you for saying you were one of those guys who absolutely, up until yesterday, hated me. But if you got an opportunity when the documentary comes out in a month, watch it. I think you'll just be blown away, absolutely blown away.
I'm all in, and I'd also get me another subscription to Sirius Satellite Radio if they put you on. So there's that. But also, I got another funny thing. I had major surgery back in 2004, and my doctor's name was Dr. McGillicuddy out of University of Michigan. It was terrifying.
Again, a term that we coined during the Howard days that will live in infamy. Appreciate your phone call, my friend. Kalamazoo, Michigan, right off State Road 30. Is it 31 or 131?
131.
131, just about, 65, 70 miles south of Grand Rapids? Because I used to live in Grand Rapids back in 1988, 89.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yep, thank you.
Love me. I'm running late. I love these phone calls.
It's all people coming back.
It's all people. Welcome back. Welcome back. 813-90-BUBBA for those that are back. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about anything else other than people that, after Brooke Hogan's phone call, have a different understanding as to what went down and are back. And like the guy from Orlando said, I hated you. I was a big Howard fan. I still listen to Howard. This guy here said he would resubscribe if we would make that trek over there. But we hated you because we thought that you were the only person that was in on this Hogan sex tape exploitation. And quite frankly, I'm one. You know what? I'm 1/3 of it. But I took 3/3, which is one. I'm 1/3. I'm 1/3 of it, but I took 3/3 the fall and 3/3 the blame. And yesterday, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if you guys saw it or not. I don't know. Maybe you guys keep up on chat a little bit better than I do. But when I said goodbye to Brooke and we went into commercials, I started crying quite heavily to the point where I had to turn my chair around and try to cup my hands into my face because I had such a weight had been lifted off my shoulders by a legitimate source. You know, not my friend, not Tuttle, not somebody just going to say what I want him to say, but by Brooke Hogan, who, you know, was at her dad's house when the FBI was wiring him and David Houston up prior to them going to the Sand Pearl Hotel. And then when he got back from the Sand Pearl Hotel, after the two people that were trying to broker the tape to him were arrested by the FBI, he told his wife Jennifer and Brooke Hogan, Bubba didn't have anything to do with this. Bubba didn't leak it. Now, he's dead now. And again, that in itself has been quite the roller coaster ride. And I've been spun as the bad guy there too, because I was the only one that legitimately gave you factual health information. And, you know, that in itself is a whole nother subtopic, but I wish my life would be way different. I wouldn't have lost my house. I lost this studio. I don't own this studio anymore. I rent. I wouldn't have lost everything. I wouldn't have lost my, you know, my Cox morning show that was syndicated in 11 different markets. I went from making $3 million a year to making, to making zero.
Yeah.
And when and had he just, and I think Brooke said it best, maybe you can get me the excerpt, but had he just told people or the press or anybody, listen, Bubba didn't distribute this. Bubba's not the guy that's trying to extort me. Bubba's not the guy that leaked it to Gawker. Bubba's not the guy that leaked the N-word to National Enquirer. And I think she said, and I'm going to go into commercials, phone lines are blowed, 813-90-BUBBA. But I think she said it best, and maybe we can get Gary to get me the excerpt, or maybe we can get my Macho Man just to find this little piece, and that is, you know, he could have said that, and it wouldn't have changed the outcome of his verdict, because his, you know, Hogan v. Gawker was not about who leaked it. It was about who published it and the violation of his, you know, privacy. And they published it. It wasn't about who leaked it. Now, Hogan's second lawsuit, Hogan versus Cox, that was about who leaked it. And guess what? That never went to trial. That got settled. They wrote him a big fat check because they didn't want the information that their managers and major movers and shakers of the company had watched the tape on their servers, and they didn't want that out. Yep. So, and my life, Lummy, had he told people in December of 12, I wouldn't have got fired from Cox. I wouldn't have lost it all. My life would be completely different right now. But as I said yesterday, maybe I needed that hard patch to humble me. Maybe I needed that hard patch to make me appreciate things more.
And get rid of the people that were trying to bury you that whole time, too.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You needed that time to clean your tires and get the marbles off.
Where I had to scrub my tires.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Tuttle, when I was scrubbing my tires, my right front blew and I went right into the wall like Dale Sr.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Because that will be a huge selling point of them hearing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right, so okay. Let me talk to chat.
I was trying to find that clip. Sorry.
Oh, no, never mind. Find that clip. Find the clip. Tuttle, talk to chat. I don't know if you can.
Dirt Merchant, $2. Thank you, Dirt Merchant. Xerxes 6997, $10. Thank you, Xerxes. I think this is it right here. I think I found it. Bubba, I'm going to send it to you if you could listen to it real quick to make sure it's what you wanted. It's 7:20, and I'll stop looking. 7. If you go to like 7:10, and if that's where you need it to be. I think that's what it is. Oh, it's just me here. What's up, chat? Bubba, you're up there, right?
Where?
Oh, I sent you. I think I found the clip.
Yeah, I got a million things going on here.
I know. I was just trying to make sure that's
Really, so where am I going?
Messenger,
Okay,
standalone, and then 7:10. I think that's where you. I think that's what you wanted to be.
Right, let me.
I was reading CC. Good morning, Simply.
Hello. Is this Brooke?
Bubba,
Yes.
it's Brooke.
As in.
But yeah,
What's up, Grumpy?
when I think about it,
John Tostica.
had it just been the people that were really releasing it, the story could have been the same, the payoff could have been the same, all of it could have been the same. You just didn't have to take the hit. If anything, you did a job for him, and I appreciate you doing that for him. But I just don't want you to live. I just don't want you to live with guilt. That's what is bothering me. So I just wanted to tell you that.
Brookie, I don't even know. I'm a person that talks for a living, and I'm just absolutely, completely locked up. First of all, thank you so much
$10.
for that information that whether it goes anywhere or not, it certainly makes me look, it makes me, there's Jay. 7:10?
Yeah, that's where I clipped it from.
But does she set up about coming back from the Sam Pearl?
Oh, that's a little farther back. Let's see, that would be 5 minutes is when the Sam Pearl arrest thing happened.
Okay, let me get that.
Yes, you are.
That Sam Pearl arrest.
And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The good ones are coming out, Lummy, to support the show. And the best of the best, my friend, Johnny K, who I think, Lummy, when I was reeling off my Hoosiers, I think I so erroneously left Johnny K off the list.
I know. I believe
God
you said
dang! Why? You should come over here and choke me out for leaving off the steel slinging madman, Johnny Costica, Valparaiso, Indiana. 100 on the PayPal. Lummy has found me some various excerpts from Brooks' call yesterday that he found interesting.
It has.
My life, and not trying to take me out of the equation, but that sand. Lummy, you can tell I'm a little verklempt here.
Yes, you are.
That Sand Pearl arrest sting happened in December of 12, and had your father, and I'm not, he's dead, and I'm not trying to put any more on his plate, but my life would have been so much different. I wouldn't have lost my job. I wouldn't have, if he would have just let that be known. And it was the truth.
I know.
And I don't understand.
I know.
And so you're the only person that I've ever talked to that has stepped up and said, and I'm almost in tears of your generosity of offering me that information, because it totally.
I just can't watch you beat yourself up. I can't watch you beat yourself up, because for me, you were always my Uncle Bubba, and I know you're known as a shock jock and this and that, but I mean, just you were always so kind to us as children, and so sweet to us, and just had been in our lives so much, and it was devastating to lose you. And I remember talking to my dad down in the gym and being like, well, why can't it just be that you're being extorted by who's really extorting you, who's really trying to extort you? And, he kind of blew it off, whatever. But I didn't really, I didn't really understand all of it. I thought that there was a reason for everything. And I just don't want you to keep beating yourself up over that, because he told me he knew that it wasn't you.
And I tried. Anyway, that's a great clip.
Yes, it is.
Gary could be clipping all that stuff.
Oh, he is. He's
Poor
clipping
Gary.
away.
Poor Gary.
Did he get buried?
What's that?
Did he get buried or cremated?
Cremated.
Yeah, but he had a casket, though, which was weird.
It was a dummy casket.
You go lay a wreath at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you can't, for effect, it doesn't look as funeral-y, if you will, with just an urn up there. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah.
It looks more formatic, more funeral-like to have a casket.
They should do a Hogan Eternal Flame.
Where?
Like somewhere like in Clearwater, like this is the Hogan Eternal Flame.
Was he now he's on the level of JFK?
Outside of his beach shop.
Yeah.
Yes, like an Eternal Flame.
I wonder if the beach shops are going to stay open, because I got to...
Oh, they're open. They said all year they're going to be doing memorials and all these different karaoke's all year.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
You got me?
Yes, I got you, buddy.
Rising from the Wang of Florida, Bubba Army. How you doing, man? Glad to have you back.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You should be a carnival barker. You're unbelievable.
Seriously, man. Thank you for keeping on. Met you at the track in 2018 with my German wife. Really appreciate you.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Take care, man.
Thank you. 813-90 Bubba Lummy. I don't even know if we have it. I mean, it's like almost like the old Sirius XM days. We can just run right through the phone lines, and they're actually pretty good.
The T-shirt will $50.
Thank you, my friend. Also, Lummy 843 Bubba.
All right.
843 Bubba with a $100 bill on PayPal.
Woo.
Him and Johnny K. Thank you so much, 843 Bubba, for you. Hello, you're on the air. It's Bubba.
Bubba, it's Pro Wrestler 91.
Pro Wrestler 91. How are you, my friend?
Good. Hey, I just want to join in on the excitement too, because not only is a huge weight off of your shoulders, but it's a huge weight off of the Army soldiers our shoulders too, because of the fact that we've always supported you, and we've had our naysayers come to us like, why do you listen to that guy? And, ain't that the guy that leaked the tape and all that? And you try to explain to them, but, they want to believe the press and the media. So it's a huge weight off of our shoulder. And Bubba, I'm so proud of you. I'm so glad that Brooke stepped forward, even as a fellow wrestler. I'm telling you, that's awesome that she came forward to defend you, and that she still loves her Uncle Bubba. Dude, that brought tears to my eyes when I heard her call you Uncle Bubba.
Yeah,
literally as a fan and as a listener, longtime listener, that brought tears to my eyes when I first heard her. I thought it was an AI joke or something at first.
Well, as you could, when you heard the phone call, you could tell that I listen. I don't get locked up. I don't get locked up a lot where I don't know what to say. I keep it moving, right. And I was nervous, locked up, scared, unsure.
Right.
So many emotions to the point where I couldn't put together thoughts or sentences. I was.
You don't know what to say. You don't know what to say, and you're afraid you might say the wrong thing.
And I was grasping when she said it's Brooke, and one of her nicknames we used to call is Brooke Teeny.
Brookie.
Brooke Teeny or Brookeomania.
Yeah.
There's just a bunch of stuff, and so for instance, Linda's nickname was Big Thick. Because she had big thick ass. So, but when in the first 10 or 15 seconds, I was trying to wade through just an absolute gauntlet full of emotions as to where's this going, why is she calling it, is it real? Remember, during when we did that roast, Brian got me with a Hogan AI.
Yeah,
and
right.
So I'm like,
that's why I thought it was AI.
So did I. I was like. I was just locked up.
But Bubba, I'm so proud of you. I'm glad you got closure, dude. I felt the emotion. That show will go down in history, dude. It's going to go down in history. I'm sure you're getting more subscribers too now that people are learning the truth. You're getting old, people that dropped off. You're getting them back. I mean, dude, this could be Bubba 2.0, man. I'm telling you.
That with the documentary that's dropping in 4 weeks.
And that reminds me about your documentary. You should add that. I know it's probably too late, but you should add that at the end, where you have Brooke's voice on there at the end, where where you're vindicated. At the very end, you hear it from the horse's mouth.
I can't. It's too late. It's already been sent to the aggregators. The people that are gonna have it are downloading it right now and doing the closed captioning. So we were 4 weeks ago from making any changes. Not we, they obviously asked me if I wanted to make any changes with what I said, and I didn't. But oh my God!
Well, I really can't wait to see it now.
So yeah, well,
this
listen,
this makes me want to see it even more.
Yeah. So listen, man, it's going to blow your mind.
Man.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. You have a great one.
Hey, back on the front page.
Oh, great. Thank you. Welcome, all you rumblers. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. And I do a radio / streaming / creative content morning show based out of Tampa, Florida. It's me. Lummy is the big... very smart-looking guy.
Oh, yes, very smart.
We got Tuttle over there, who kind of looks like Squidward a little bit, and then we got me in the bigger box, and then Macho Man is our engineer who pipes in occasionally. Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Good morning, Bubba. This is Trucker Troy from Winter Haven, Florida. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. I'm having some throat issues.
You need those lozenges?
No, I got one. I'm going to probably take one during the break. But yes, sir, go ahead. You're on the air.
Sonata Glass Travis, 50.
Hey, good. I just wanted to tell you, I listened to mostly the Brooke Hogan call yesterday, and it really warmed my heart to hear that you finally got some sort of vindication from all this stuff. Because I'll be honest with you, for a little bit there, until you started explaining things back in the day, I wouldn't say I hated you, but I didn't listen to you.
No.
Until you started explaining things and just exposing how much of a piece of crap the other radio host in this town is, and how much of a hack he is, and just
who has who by the way has my job, and I just
I can't stand him.
I can't. I just can't.
Unpalatable.
I just can't understand how a huge corporation like that, who knows the truth, who wrote a $52 million check, would continue to let that guy, be who he is and give him the opportunity to. It blows my mind. They fired me, put him in there, and then found out that he was the guy that did. Oh my God! It's just whatever.
Exactly, and I know you had a lot to do with that whole sex tape thing, but if you and I were friends and you offered me your wife, I wouldn't do that as a friend because that just, for me, that would just be wrong. And I'm not saying anything bad about Hogan. It just, I can't believe that he did that.
Well, we're not going to get into that. He was at a very dark part of his life. Me and my wife had an open relationship, and I was like, listen, give Hogan some nice ass. To help him be in a better mood, and quite frankly, let's be honest. She was hot. She was very sexual.
Oh yeah.
And I feel for her too, because this it doesn't make me look good, but it also doesn't make her look good. I've not remained friendly or remained in contact with her since this. Anytime she has an opportunity to take a hack at me, she does. There was a time for a while. When I lost my job in 2014, where she actually was tweeting Mike Calta and like being his friend and saying, I heard there's a final nail that's needed in a coffin, and like she was very like, I don't understand why she would do that. But anyway, to each its own. The documentary is going to go through all of that, and hopefully you buy it or rent it. I think it's going to be. I think you're going to be able to buy or rent it, and it's going to be available on all types of different platforms, and including, I think I might have it up on our YouTube channel as well for people to get. So nice. Some people can go just right to my YouTube channel and get it. I think I actually have a meeting with the documentary people today. To kind of finalize the distribution of it, and start booking some podcasts to start promoting it. So God, it was like almost the Brooke call really, really unlocked a whole bunch of stuff. And I haven't got a win, sir, in a long time. I've been taking L's since the day that tape got leaked on the Dirty, March of 2012. I've been taking L's for 13 years, and maybe, just maybe, Brooke Hogan unlocked the W's for me. Remember, Lummy, for the first 3 years, the Buccaneers were like 0-26?
Horrible, yes.
And that's me. I'm the expansion Buccaneers, and I'm about ready to get my first win, buddy.
Bubba Creamsicle.
Anyway, sir, appreciate you.
I appreciate it. I just wanted to say that the thing that turned me back on to you, I know this is mainly the Diacos, but I saw what Dan did for Summer Mole back in the day, and just to do all that stuff pro bono, and for you to promote that in a way, it warmed my heart.
And you know what, buddy? Dan didn't pound his chest, didn't get any media for that.
Yeah.
But in case people don't know, there was this girl named Summer. She was 7, maybe 8 years old. She got into a car wreck with her mom. A DUI driver hit him head on. Her mom died. She was left with all types of problems, including a ton of plastic surgery that needed to be done to her face and things like that. Dan Diaco stepped up and did all of her surgeries for free. The Diaco family arranged, as she was getting older, arranged like for her to, and she didn't have a mother anymore, arranged for her to have her birthday party with all of her little girlfriends. They took a bus over to Disneyland. Nobody, and again, this was never on TV or written up about. It's just the type of people they are. And Dan probably did, $250,000 worth of reconstructive surgeries on this little girl so that she didn't have a face, her face was mangled basically, and he fixed her. She looks perfect. She's an adult. She's an adult now. But yes, the Summer Mole situation is a thing that Dr. Diaco doesn't get near enough credit for.
And I appreciate you, everything that you've done, Bubba. You've got a loyal listener for as long as you're on the radio, and just that call yesterday just made me cry, man.
I cried like a little baby. I actually cried 3 or 4 times during the day as it just overwhelmed me pretty much all day.
Yeah.
I was just so overwhelmed that I was like, maybe finally some
vindication.
Maybe I'm catching a break.
Can I jump in and real quick and ask this guy a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Lovey. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, you said you're a listener of life. Where was your punk ass, bitch ass, like, when you should have been supporting Bubba? Like, the thing that makes me mad and angry is all these marks that are calling in now, begging and like,
Tunnel,
Bubba, I'm going to start listening.
Shut it down. They were told, and there was no other people to refute. They were told that I was the only person involved in trying to destroy my best friend. And so when your favorite radio personality has that rap on them and there's anybody to refute that, and that's all they know, they're going to hate me.
But you've been telling them the truth forever, and they didn't believe you.
They left.
They left. $20.
They left, Tuttle. They're like, screw this fat ass. He's a piece of shiz. And they left.
Tuttle, they were in a dark spot like you were when you left the show.
Tuttle, you got to lighten up a little bit, Tuttle. Yeah. You can't get heat with the listeners that are coming back. That's bad for business.
All right, I'm just saying.
All right, buddy. Good talking to you. Thank you. Let me hierarchy $100.
All right.
And Iggy McGillicuddy 20 on the I think on Rumble Rant.
Yeah, $20.
Rumble Rant. And he said we're going to end the end of the L's. And thank you, hierarchy. Thank you. Hello, you're on the air with Bubba.
Hey, Bubba, it's Bob. Man, I'll tell you what, Seth picked a heck of a week to take off.
Well, actually, hold on. Actually, he picked a great week because I usually need him in there as a co-host to help me, co-host the show and his perspective and his opinion of things. And usually I don't have the, massive amount of phone calls and the massive amount of content that can hold its own. And so Seth actually he picked the best week because I'm not saying we don't need him, but there's so much to unpack with this that this would be the best time to take off because we have so much data.
I know. He would just want to be a part of it is what I mean.
He did. You know what? He texted me yesterday and he said, and he was so sweet. He's like, congratulations on being vindicated. I never thought that a call from Brooke Hogan would be so effective. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So he was very nice. He heard it. He listened to it. And quite frankly, I would bet that Seth would want to be here during this.
Common sense, $20.
Yep.
But he's got a listen. His kids start school in a week. This is the last opportunity he had to take a summer vacation. He's from Chicago. His wife, Phoebe, wanted to go up and catch a Cubs game and do the Chicago thing. And so he came to me and I'm like, yeah, bud, Seth's very important to me. He's a very important co-host. He's very talented. He has some of the most radio chops of anybody in the room. And so, I hope he's enjoying himself.
Yeah. Well, but do you worry that all these, going back to the documentary and all the attorneys that are hacking at it, are you worried that it's going to water it down at all?
I don't understand. By the way, Lummy, Daniel Dabbs, $25. Thank you, Daniel from Tampa. You explain further what you're saying.
So the doc originally was going to be released like last October. And you're saying, well, it's because the attorneys on both sides or whatever, how the Hollywood attorneys are chopping it up, making sure that they're crossing every T and dotting every I. Are you worried that their role in chopping up this documentary and making sure that they're covering their legal bases is going to water it down? Like, we can't include that, but we'll reword it.
No,
but it's not going to have the teeth.
No, I've watched the final thing, and they didn't necessarily chop out any pertinent information. They would, when you're getting ready to release something on on a Netflix level or an Amazon Prime level or something, you're getting ready to come out with a legitimate documentary that's going to be distributed across major platforms. These places require you to do your due diligence with copyright and fair use and trademark attorneys, and you have to get insurance and all kinds of stuff. So they didn't necessarily chop stuff out. They would just position it differently so that we had like a news story that would set up what we were going to say. And we're covered, it's a legitimate fair use. It's already been put in the marketplace by a news source. And so that's what they did. They consider it a puzzle. And if maybe they were interviewing me about something, instead of just having me say it, the lawyers made sure that they also found a piece of media that would back what I was saying, and so they didn't. You know what they did? They didn't chop it, or they made it more. They made it more airtight, and more legal sound. And so no, and that's what has taken so long. Was what I thought could potentially be October of last year. I've never done anything like this, and again, I'm not paying for it. I didn't produce it. They just interviewed me. That's it.
You're just a party.
And I'm just an interview that the thing happens to be about, but I didn't know the process. I thought as soon as it was done, you let it rip. But no, as soon as it's done, that's just, 2/3 of it. You got to send it to legal standards and practices, get insurance on it. So, literally after you've completed a project like that, a major project, not something that somebody's going to put up on their YouTube channel, but it's going to be across major platforms. These people, the Netflix, the Hulus, the Tubies, all these people need reassurances that you've, hired, there's probably about 15 or 20 of these attorneys in Los Angeles that specialize this. And so when you present it to these aggregators, you have to present it with a seal of a seal of approval from these entertainment lawyers that have already done their due diligence with regards to, making sure that it's compliant with the fair use and, all that type of stuff. Yeah. So it was a process that I wasn't familiar with, which is why it's taken so long. But when it finally does come out in 4 weeks, it's ready to go. It's been cleared. It's insured. It's closed captioned. It's ready to go.
And on Brooke, I've had COVID since Monday. Which, what year is it? COVID? I can't believe I've got this. I never got it during the height of it, but so I've had a chance. I've been home and been trying to just rest. And I've listened to the Rumble broadcast of her calling in 3 times, and I've cried every single time, Bubba. Like. It has not been easy. I've been a ride or die fan of yours since I was a kid and listening to Power Pick, and it has never been easy to be a Bubba the Love Sponge fan. 50% of the population is always going to hate you, and then when the sex tape came out, 90% hated you.
Yep.
Hated everyone and their fans, and it's never been easy. And this isn't just vindication for you, Bubba. This is vindication for every fan and all those ham and eggers that are in the Rumble chat, that are hanging there with you and always will, and the serious listeners, we love you. And there is a population around this area and all over the nation that follows you because you are the man and we knew better. And it just, I cried like a freaking baby, man. And I'm talking weeping. And we all needed it. It's just tough, man. And we pull for you every day, and we know you're getting older, and we know Tyler and all that, man. And this is what we all needed, and we're proud of you, brother, and we love you.
Well, I'm really, really, really taken back by your phone call, and more importantly, I think you made an interesting point. As hard as it is to be me, it's even harder to be a fan because most of I'd say 50%. I think your numbers were back in the day, 50% people hated you. Now 90% people hate you. And when you wear that Bubba Army shirt or you got that Bubba Army sticker on your truck, you instantaneously are opening yourself up to a guy seeing you at the gas station and saying, "Why in the hell would you ever?"
Cold, you support that Cocoa Bluish, man.
Yeah.
Listen, understand the truth. Pull the police report. See that Spice is the rat bastard that pulled all this in Calca. And man, it's just, and nobody will listen. Nobody believes you. Oh, that's one report. I could see with my own eyes. Like, man.
Or they'll come back with, bottom line is Bubba taped it. He should never taped it. So I mean, there's all the nays. Listen, and you know what? They're probably right. But you know what? At least when the documentary comes out, Video Killed the Radio Star, Tuttle and Lummy, who have both seen it, says there's another twist to this thing.
Yeah.
That's gonna really, really, really blow your mind. Like, I don't even want to allude to who the other person that's involved or that they were trying to target is, but that person's far larger than me.
You mentioned it.
Yeah.
Iggy McGillicuddy,
you mentioned it on your Clement Kush.
Well,
Steven, $10.
If I did, don't say it then. So
I'm not. I knew then that's why you said it on Clement Kush.
Yeah. So hey, bud, thank you so much, and you nailed it with regards to as hard as it is to be me. It's harder for the Iggies and the Heather Whizzes and the Zolt 71s and the Sumos and the Jeff Patterson. It's harder to be a fan because you're judged and hated for liking me as well.
Yep, and we would follow you through hell, man, and never give up on you. There's still that group of people out there, and we love you.
I hope you,
Tuttle, Lummy,
I hope you gain your composure, sir, by the end of the day.
Listen, you guys.
Thank you for the female numbers too. We need those,
buddy. Good talking to you.
You guys have played a role in my life since I was 10 years old, 8 years old. Like, that's cool, Tuttle.
Tuttle's a dick. He's getting ready to get canceled.
Bubba,
I'm sorry.
See you later, buddy.
Bubba, have you heard the "It's Real to Me" wrestling guy when he cries and he's talking to the wrestler? Because that's what that guy sounded like, and I like Bob. But you know who I'm talking about?
No.
But that's I sent it to you. It's a short clip, but when he started crying.
But you guys don't understand.
Oh, I get it, Bubba.
No, but hold on. You guys don't understand. And Tuttle, you're new or you're shooting on the listeners. I think you need to take a step back on that.
Okay, I will. I'm just
I really do. Like, I mean, you got so much insight into my world that you can contribute that way. And you don't have to shoot on the listeners.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm for real.
They're gonna, you know why? Because they're gonna send enough hate to me where I cancel you.
Oh no!
All right. I'm sorry. I'm just joking.
Well, I mean, they don't know that. This guy just cried.
Yeah, Bob's a good listener.
Next question, Jeff. Where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean, thank you.
Easy, man.
Thank y'all guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Funk, for saying what needed to be said. I don't want to see another one of these.
Well, thank you.
But I mean, honest to God, you have to understand. When you're Bubba Army, man, you're cult-like. You're hardcore. You've been through all these. You've stuck around. I mean, we went from being, on Howard 101 and, let me having 600,000, 700,000, 800,000 people listen to us, a week to, our first day on Twitch when I lost it all and we had to go digital. All we had was Twitch and we had 114 people our first day.
Those big numbers.
And I made like $38. And all these people, all the Iggies and the great people, the Creatines and the Big Reds and the Get Fresh crew and the Heather Whizzes and the Rainies and just the Teases and the Susan Poitrases and the Nashes and just all the people that stuck around when we were at our absolute lowest point, taking L's daily. Some of them are overcome with emotion because I think they can see a wave of enthusiasm and possible redemption. I thought it was going to be unlocked by the documentary, but I think Brooke pre-unlocked it.
Put you over.
I think Brooke opened up the gates and validated some of the things that we're going to talk about in the documentary. And had the documentary not been done and in the can and 4 weeks out, don't think that we wouldn't have sat. Not we. I always say we because I feel as if I'm such a huge part of this project.
Well, they were here for what, 2 years?
Yeah, but the documentary people, they would have sat her down in a minute. God, it would have made the documentary that much better. But it tells the same story. But God, what a credible source, huh?
Yeah.
Man. I'm way late. I got to go behind. I don't know if I go to stories or I just keep taking phone calls.
They're jam-packed.
LM Clothes, let me $100. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Again, all of you hardcore Bubba Army that stuck with us when we had nothing. When we started our YouTube channel with, 450 subs, making $86 a month. When I was living in a trailer behind the studios.
It's a nice trailer, though.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Dirt Merchant, $5. Thank you, Dirt Merchant.
All right. How's everybody doing? Welcome. Tuttle is hosting this hot mic segment. I'm got to open up my YouTube here and see what everybody is up to. So yeah, I got my YouTube open. I can kind of read your comments or anything like that. If you want to ask me anything at all, you can easily do that here. So make sure you guys, if you haven't already done it, hit that like button, please. Oh, thank you, Matthew. What up, James Aruza? Apple Robin says Tuttle is the absolute worst. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. Pappy Jasper, what's going on, man? Says Tuttle, good to see you. How tall am I? I'm 6 foot tall. Go Dodgers. Look, I'm a Braves fan. I'm also I root for the Rays. Longwood calls me a sports cuck all the time. No. Wags would stretch you, Tuds. Yes, no. Wags definitely would. He would. Nick the Gun Guy, Tuttle, good morning, bro. Killing it as always. Any 10 meat reviews coming soon? Yes. Gary Cantrell has my latest edition of Tuttle's 10 meat review. I did these really fancy anchovies, and I ate octopus. I smell like turkey. I love turkey. Somebody just said, Tuttle is a hater today. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed. No, I didn't. Well, my bed's up against the wall, so it's impossible for me to get up on the wrong side of the bed because I get up on the same side of the bed every single day because I can't. My bed is butted up against the wall. JDNR8HF says Stein owns Tuttle's nightmares. No. Okay, here. You want to say that? I emailed Bubba just the other day and told him, I have no problems with Alex. If Alex wants to come on, that's great. I mean, Bubba doesn't need my permission, but I did email him and I said, look, man, if you want to bring Stein back, bring him back. I have no problems with it. Yes, I have tried caviar before. Yeah, so, and I'm being respectful and stuff, but I feel the way that I feel about the people that had abandoned Bubba. I'm just gonna be open and honest. And I get why Bubba told me not to, kind of back it off a little bit. Like, and I'm going to, but that's my feeling. Oh, FJ Bart, thank you for that idea. I am definitely doing that. No, it does not bother me when chicks don't shave their armpits. I got 10 squid in the ink that I'm going to review here real soon. Yeah, I get a lot of hate. Man, my timeline on social media is littered with hate. That's all that I get. No, I get that. I get it. Tim Breck says Tuttle is such a loser. Yep, I pretty much am. Actually, I'm doing the best I've ever done in my life right now. So, like, I'm pretty happy with everything. Yes, I like engorged clitorises. Yes. Mitch to Mark. I've been there was one time that I was with a woman that was so hairy it kept pulling the condom off during the whole sex ordeal. Oh, I'm glad you liked the podcast. My parents? Yeah, my parents were disappointed when I told them.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Uh, 813-90-BUBBA. 813-902-8222. Here's some various excerpts from Brooks. Brooke Hogan's 1 hour appearance on the show. I've not talked to Brooke for 14 years. The last time I spoke to Brooke was in 2011. The sex tape broke in March of 12. The N-word controversy broke in July of 2015. And I thought for sure, like the rest of the family and Hogan himself, that she hated me. So 2 or 3 months ago when Linda Hogan did this absolute drunk off her mind, freshly Botoxed, bruises on her chin, absolute meltdown, talking about how Brooke hasn't been part of her life for however long and she just had kids and Brooks wanted to stay just completely out of this entire drama, above the fray, if you will, and has dismissed herself from the family because it's just an absolute, from Nick to Sky. Brooke did her own investigation on Sky, on the girl that Hogan married, and what led to maybe her estrangement of her father was, she told her dad the information that had come back to her via a former FBI agent, and that she, although she says she's no longer a Scientologist, her parents are still one of the highest levels of Scientology you can be, I think an E8. And there's just all types of rumors circulating about her and what have you. And Hogan then trying to talk to his daughter had expressed to Brooke that Sky was putting on an enormous amount of pressure to get married, and he didn't want to get married. And then all of a sudden he tells Brooke he's getting married, and Brooke's like, I don't think you should get married to her. And Hogan says, again, this is all alleged. Well, no, this isn't allegedly. This is according to Brooke.
Yes.
It's not allegedly. According to Brooke.
She was on the phone.
According to Brooke, she says, Hogan's like, well, at this point, it's, alluding that Sky had too much dirt on him, that it would get messy if he broke up with her. And, now, and then that leads into the fact that, and I got into this a few days ago, but boy, I was really the bad guy when I, alluded to the fact that on Hogan's death, Hogan died, and supposedly somebody said, and I'm not trying to defame or slander anybody, but somebody said you might want to look into Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald.
Dr. Fitz?
He might have been investigated and might have had some troubles in the past and stuff like that. And so that's Hogan's primary doctor. Supposedly, allegedly, this guy had a reputation for just writing whatever you wanted.
Rumor has it, when I was living around there in high school and after high school, that he was the place to go.
Yeah. And so,
What's his name again?
Dr. Joseph Fitzgerald Jr., and supposedly, I need to probably research this, that I guess maybe some of his prescription writing privileges may have been taken away from him for a certain amount of time, or there's somebody else, maybe a nurse practitioner or something like that has to write the scripts in his office. Again, I don't know any of that to be true. That's just stuff that I've seen on the internet. But this is Hogan's primary doctor, and he's the one that did the death investigation on Hogan. And as you can see, I put it up on screen right now. Maybe Macho Man can put it up there, but this is the official certificate of vital record. This is Hogan's official death. This is the
Paper Towel Willie, $200.
Man, that's big. That's huge.
On Bubba Army Tips.
Thank you. Bureau of Vital Statistics from the state of Florida. Certification of death. And, now how this usually goes is if you do have a doctor, like Dr. Fitzgerald, they potentially will give their opinion as to, and, whatever research. But it's not my understanding that Dr. Fitzgerald is a forensic, medical examiner where he, cuts people open and looks at their heart and weighs their liver and does a blood panel on people. It's to me that he's just a doctor.
He's a family practitioner.
He's a family. Yeah. I didn't know that family practitioners can just arbitrarily be the only person that says why you died. It's my understanding that the county has a medical examiner's office, and all people that die go there. And they determine, kind of like Quincy back in the day, they determine what you died of. Now,
isn't it a conflict of interest, though? Like, with the same person?
Well, no, this is not the same person. Because, it would be, you're talking about like his family physician is the guy that is the person that certified his death. Yes, I would think that would be, you could use that as a tool. You could use that as, okay, thank you, Dr. Fitzgerald, for your report. He was under your care. You probably know his ailments as better than anybody because he sees you. But we're going to use your report as a roadmap to validate and go in and double check your work.
And they weigh the organs too, don't they?
Well, and then you take it sometimes a step further, and not only does the medical examiner examine the body and potentially uses your doctor's report as a roadmap to validate indeed that they agree with what you wrote down, but then all too often when it comes to a celebrity or somebody like you do an autopsy, and that's when you actually do dissect the body, weigh the heart, look at the malfunctioning valve, weigh the liver, look at the cirrhosis or whatever type of liver ailment, because Hogan was, getting ready to start kidney dialysis, do a blood panel, more importantly, do a toxology report. If somebody, Hogan was ported, which means they put this big port in your neck for kidney dialysis, or they'll put it in your arm. Well, they'll put it anywhere for that matter.
My mom had one.
And you know that it's about the size of a nickel or a dime. And you know, Tuttle, that it looks like the top of, like, where you poke a syringe in to pull out the juice. It looks like the top of that. And when they are doing whatever they're doing, so that every time your mom went, they didn't have to re-stick her. They go ahead and make that a permanent fixture. So all they do is they stick it into that port, and your mom can't feel it because she's pre-wired for it.
Yeah, that's how she got her chemo.
Otherwise, they would have to stick her every time, and after 4 or 5 chemo treatments, her veins are blown out, shot.
Yep.
So Hogan was ported. And if by some reason a ghost or a bad guy broke in the middle of the night, or maybe your wife, I don't know. This is all just speculation and fodder, if you will. But jam something in that port in the middle of the night, maybe even air, even just straight air into your port can kill you. So that would require a toxology report so that you could find out what was going through Hogan's veins at the time. Maybe you're only going to find, all of the medications, that Dr. Fitzgerald has him on, and, the various other things that it was administered to him at the hospital, all of which have been documented, all of which have been written down. If they gave him, a painkiller via, again, if while he's, on death's doorstep, or while he's not doing good, while he's in the hospital, I'm sure that his blood panel would have been, quite lengthy. But it would have been stuff that was administered to him via either the hospital or his doctor.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Will we ever be able to know where the money, the inheritance, or where it gets distributed?
I don't know.
Will that all be private? Because I think if you follow the money, you're gonna kind of probably be blown away.
I will tell you this. I was contacted yesterday by a general contractor yesterday. Hogan just bought an additional $5 million home about a mile away from his El Dorado home, because his El Dorado on the beach, $10 million home where he died in, it was that standard beach house that's right on the beach, but you can't have a dock. Like, Pat, you got the beach.
Yeah.
And there's some scrub brush and what have you, some sand dunes. There's some sand dunes and stuff that separate you from the beach, but you're about 50 to 75 yards from the water's edge, but you can't have a dock.
No,
you can't. Now there's some places that you're allowed. Usually only like inlets and fingers and peninsulas and things like that can actually have a dock behind your place, and you can have a boat. Well, Hogan went and bought a $5 or $6 million home about a mile away from his El Dorado home
on the intercoastal side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just literally, let me right across the street and a mile south, kind of behind Hogan's, kind of behind his restaurant area.
Oh, okay.
And it was a $5 million house, and they put $3 million in renovations. And one of the, not the contractor, but one of the tradesmen that was working on that house contacted me yesterday and said they got it done about 3 weeks ago, all the renovations. It's an $8 million to $9 million house right now. And guess who moved in on Tuesday?
Oh, no.
Sky?
Sky. Sky is now living there. So back to the medical examiner deal. So this is as this is on my screen. And as you can see, the person that certified Terry Bollea's death was his general physician, Dr. Fitzgerald. Now, if you do a little background check on him, it comes back kind of what Lummy said. He was Johnny, what do you need? I'll write it down for you.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Yeah, supposedly.
Now, if I'm the medical examiner of Pinellas County, and maybe somebody can Google that for me, because I have a person now that's dead and that's in my freezer, because that's what they do with the body, is they put them in the freezer until they send them over to the crematorium, and the crematorium has a freezer until they can finally get you in the furnace and burn you up and put you and take all your ashes and give them to your family. But that's the chain of events. You die, you go, I guess your doctor checks you out and gives a report. They send you to the medical examiner's office. They 9.9 times out of 10, the medical examiner uses the general physician's report as a roadmap. The medical examiner actually puts their hands on the body and starts doing their own investigation. Maybe pulls a blood panel, but doesn't do an autopsy. Usually they don't. If there's no foul play or anything like that. But they at least do a report. Because, you're leading, like Tuttle said, you can't rely on a general practitioner, just a general physician that's not a surgeon, that's not a pathologist, this is just a regular, if my kid had a runny nose, I'm taking it to Dr. Fitzgerald. Right, Lummy?
Yes.
If I can't sleep at night and I need an Ambien prescription, what do I go to? Dr. Fitzgerald.
Pretty cool doctor.
If Tuttle shuts his arm in the door and he needs some pain pills, where does he go?
Dr. Fitzgerald.
Dr. Fitzgerald. If your dad dies and he's a patient of Dr. Fitzgerald, okay, Dr. Fitzgerald, I guess, I didn't know that your family doctor is the judge and the jury, and like everything starts and stops with him. I didn't know that he was the only person that had to sign off on why you died. Not to mention, Terry Bollea just wasn't Johnny PQ Public. He was arguably one of the most famous people in the world. And if you look at the piece of documentation that I have pulled up on the screen, and you look at right here, I'm going to try to highlight it a little bit. Let me right here. And it says medical examiner's case number. And if the medical examiner had done an examination on Terry Bollea's body to go through what Dr. Fitzgerald said he died of, there would be a case number. Case number 568425812Z. People would refer to that then, and then be able to get maybe a more extensive evaluation of maybe if you're a medical examiner and you actually open up and look at the kidneys, you weigh the kidneys, you look at the heart, you see that it's been enlarged, you see that the valve that malfunctioned, you see all the other things that Dr. Fitzgerald listed, but you put your hands on it, you are investigating it, and you're using Dr. Fitzgerald's report as a roadmap. You then sign off on it. You've given a case number, and people can, the media, People Magazine can now then call the medical examiner's office and say, hey, can I get case number? And it's got a case number. And then it will be a more detailed report of Terry Bollea's death. And maybe it aligns perfectly with what Fitzgerald said. Maybe it's absolutely to the T of what Gerald Joseph Fitzgerald Jr. wrote. Maybe it does. And then if you really want to cover your ass, because you're dealing with arguably the most famous person ever to be in your medical examiner's office, you say, we're going to do an autopsy. Because I'd like to be able to say to the press and to People Magazine and to TMZ and to the New York Post, not only did we do a medical examiner examination, but we also did a full-blown autopsy. Here's his blood panel. Here's the toxology report. Here's what's in his system. His liver weighed this amount. His heart weighed this amount. He tested positive for leukemia. And here are those results because we did an autopsy. Hell, let me refer back to the other famous person that died in general real close proximity to Hulk Hogan, and that's Ozzy Osbourne. And Ozzy Osbourne was married to the same woman for 40 or 50 plus years. She loved the hell out of him. She's not a Scientologist who just married him 2 years ago. There wasn't chinks in their armor. Sharon Osbourne was a saint for dealing with, Ozzy put her through hell. And guess what? There was absolutely no scuttlebutt of any wrongdoing with regards to the way that we lost Ozzy. But guess what they did?
Autopsy?
An autopsy.
Weird. And they know he died too.
Ozzy Osbourne, cause of death. Autopsy results revealed. The documented submitted by his daughter lists cardiac arrest and coronary artery disease as causes of death, with Parkinson's disease as noted as a contributing factor. And it was done via an autopsy. So if Ozzy gets an autopsy and there was no, any type of caution to the wind with regard, nobody would ever suspect Sharon of doing anything to Ozzy other than she's the contributing factor that kept Ozzy alive for probably the last 12 years. Ozzy might have died 15 years ago had Sharon not been the kick-ass wife that she was and, kept him off drugs and cleaned his act up and got him, booked his last concert brilliantly so he didn't have to stand. And it was just absolutely, it was a union of 30 plus years. But when Hulk Hogan marries a Scientologist just a little over 2 years ago, and he has told his daughter that he kind of kabukied out by her, and he can't, he doesn't want to get married, but she's pushing marriage on him, and she's and Brooke says, well, blame it on me, break up with her and blame it on me, and he says it's just not that easy. It'll be dirty and it'll be really bad, and he marries her. He dies, and, realistically, Jimmy Hart saw him on Wednesday. He died on Thursday morning. Jimmy Hart's the last person to have seen him alive other than Sky, and so the only person to have ever entered that home in that time frame, I don't know this to be true. I don't know if they had, general contractors but was Sky. I'm sorry. I'm doing an autopsy. I'm doing an autopsy.
Can I ask a question about the cremation of Hogan? And so how weird would it be if, Hogan comes in and you're like, all right, I got to put Hogan in the oven. And that would just be kind of hard. But we all know he had a lot of hardware in his body. How much do you think a Hogan back screw would go for?
Oh, that's a good amount.
Or that neck plate that killed him?
Yes, exactly. Come on, man. We could all retire.
I know. Too bad we don't work at that crematorium. We'd be picking through the ashes.
That's right.
He had 2 knees, 2 titanium knees, 2 titanium. What would a Hogan hip go for right now? Now, I know I couldn't get it signed, but I can verify this was Hogan's right hip.
About 10 grand.
$1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I go to the next car show. I'd take Seth to the next card show. Hey, Seth, I'll give you the right hip. I'll take the left. If the people want to buy it as a package deal, it's 20 grand.
Woo.
Tunnel.
I'm just saying.
When I return, Lummy, there's a lot of coverage as to who was at the Hogan funeral.
Yes.
We'll get into that next. But the first 2 pictures show Sky to the left and Linda to the right.
I'm guessing Jennifer didn't make an appearance?
No, I've spoke with Jennifer.
She didn't want anything to do with it?
Nothing to do with it. Hogan treated her like crap.
Jeez.
The things that she was telling me is like, oh, man, Hogan was very not cool to her. Very not cool. And she was probably the best. She was absolutely such a great person. And you know what? I do feel better. I'm starting to pick up W's because somebody gave me her number and I actually spoke to Jennifer and I apologized to her and it made me feel so much better. That felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest too, because I always wanted to apologize to her and say, listen, I'm sorry. You know, the sex tape came out right when they got married and she had to navigate through that, stick by Hogan. And it's all my fault, you know. Well, a lot of it's my fault. And so I actually got an opportunity to talk to her. And I said, Jennifer, you know, I don't even know. I can't even say I'm sorry enough as to what I put your, you know, early relationship with your husband through. I knew that was tough. And she's like, it was really, really tough, but I got through it. And that was nothing compared to what I had to go through later in life. And then she explained some stuff that I can't speak about. I'll get into that next. Hold on.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
What's up, Iggy?
Iggy, how are you?
Paper towel, Willie. Or wormy tips. Thank you, buddy. Dirt Merchant, $2. Thank you, Dirt Merchant. Sure does, Wayne. Sure is, says Hook. Yeah, it's scrubbed.
Let me make sure I'm up on my PayPal.
What's up, Cooper Lips?
Did I do Daniel Dabbs?
I don't believe so.
I did Ellen Close, Daniel. So I got Ellen. Okay. I didn't do Fish on the J either, did I?
No, you did not.
All right, so I missed him.
What was last time? Welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. Sorry about that.
I got to get into the memorial service. Is this one and this one pretty much the same? Who was there?
Yeah. I think the Yahoo might have given like one or two more names, but
really?
Let me see.
Let me see here.
It's off the People article. Riddle was there.
Matt was?
Yeah.
Did he get in okay?
Yeah. He's his wife's friends with Nick's wife.
Oh, imagine that.
Yeah, he went to Nick's wedding too.
What's that?
He went to Nick's wedding.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Let me see how late I am. I'm pretty late.
We're at 5.
We're at 4.
Oh shit.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Fish on the J and Daniel Dabbs on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. One of our best days today. Phone lines have been packed all day today. A lot of people, a lot of former Bubba Army that are now like, whoa. After the Brooke Hogan call yesterday, maybe they didn't even hear it live because they didn't listen to the show anymore. But they, Gary Cantrell and Lummy and Macho Man put together some great clips on Facebook and YouTube and X and all the other, all the places that, you may not listen to the show. You might hate me, but you probably still somewhat follow me just so that you can hate me even more. That's the way it usually goes. And so, as you're following me because you hate me because you're a troll, you hear what Brooke Hogan said yesterday, and you're like, you know what? I'm going to call Bubba and tell him I'm going to maybe start, following the show and listening to the show again because, for however many years he's claimed his innocence on a portion of this sex tape release, whereas everybody has spun him as the number one asshole only. He did it all, from the organizing of it to the taping of it to the distributing of it to the trying to profit from it to trying to bury his friend to try to make money. At one time, man, I made a lot of money. I'm not bragging, but I made a really good living. And why would I jeopardize that while trying to sell a sex tape? If I'm making $3 million a year, which is about what I was making.
And a lot of people depended on you, though, too. Like, you employed a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like, why would you endanger something like that?
Yeah, a couple of my employees that get together and they do this little podcast every whatever. And does that guy not realize that the guy that you're having in as a guest tried to take your livelihood away from you? You idiot. Anyway, celebrities arrive for the memorial service. Wife Sky, former wife Linda, Triple H, Kid Rock. Here shows, I got to tell you, Sky looks great.
She does.
Sky looks great.
She got that 300-pound weight off her now.
Yeah. Ric Flair, Dennis Rodman, Vince McMahon.
They said it was the first time that all the McMahons were in the same place.
I wonder, I bet you they didn't arrive together because I think there's heat.
They did not arrive together, but they were all in the same building.
I know that, but I wonder if Vince talked to Stephanie or Triple H. I bet you they didn't.
That's a great question.
I mean, The Undertaker had to be there, though, right, at a funeral?
No, Undertaker does not care for Hogan.
I'm working on trying to get someone that was there to come on and talk about it.
Yeah. Even in heaven, he sold out again, said Ric Flair. Kid Rock, Triple H, Vince McMahon, Dennis Rodman, Theo Vaughn.
What?
Yeah, Bam Margera. These are some of the people that were at Hogan's funeral.
Brutus the Barber Beefcake.
Oh, was he there?
Yeah.
Brian Blair.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Did Brian Knobs make it?
Oh, I don't know about that one.
He may not have a right foot left. He's going through a really bad time right now. Poor guy. He was always cool to me. So
diabetes.
Here's Paul Levesque. Here's Triple H. Yeah. And then you can see his wife Stephanie getting off the plane as well. But they didn't take the same plane. And Vince didn't. Vince is worth what, like almost $1 billion.
Yeah.
So those are the people that Kid Rock again, Bam Margera, Theo Von, Triple H, Stephanie McMahon, Vince McMahon, Kid Rock, Dennis Rodman, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, Sky. Matt Riddle was there.
Yes, he was.
Any famous Scientology people show up, like John Travolta, Tom Cruise?
No, they should have. No, see, that's too much heat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was at a church, too, so I was at First Baptist or whatever they call it now.
I can't believe Linda went.
She's got to get back in the limelight for a little bit.
She's got to get that money.
Yeah.
She's got to get that money is what she's got to get. Got to get that money. Got to get that boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. 813-90 Bubba, 813-902-8222. Hello, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing?
Good, bud. How about you?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. Listen, I just got one question that's bothering the situation a little bit. I understand the sex tape, you make that, through surveillance system, but the biggest question is why'd you keep it? If I was Hogan, I would think that you're maybe going to try to extort me for some reason down the road. But
it was saved on a DVD. I should have never saved it on a DVD. And when my wife and I got a divorce, I had to vacate my home for 30 days while she gathered her stuff and left. And so I ripped out my entire surveillance system and brought it here. And kept it here because it was far safer here at my office than there. But I can't necessarily because I'm an idiot.
Well, that's respectable. I appreciate it.
I'm not going to lie to you and say, well, I did because I was an idiot. I should have never done that. That's why I say that. Yep. I have some skin in this game. I'm not completely innocent, but I participated in my part, and I think I've paid dearly for it.
That's a good example of how a man should take accountability, Bubba. You got a lot of respect for me for that.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you for maybe possibly giving the show another chance. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I've been listening to you for about a month now, steady on YouTube.
Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
Have a good day. Yes, sir.
Semi-auto glass, Travis, $100.
Thank you, my man. Does all of our auto glass repair.
Yes,
not just for semis. Go to semiautoglass.com, whether it's your truck or your car. He'll fix it. Can you resend me the P. Diddy asks for a parting gimmick?
Yes.
I don't know what I did with it. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey, Bubba, this is Jason from Dawsonville.
Hi, Jason from Dawsonville, Georgia.
Is that
Bill Elliott?
Yes, sir.
Bill Elliott? Yeah.
Bill Elliott.
Just wanted to tell you, I'm glad this has lifted a lot of weight off of you. And I went through some things in my life, that I regret. But whether you had the tape or not, the way things are today, everything's in a cloud, and somebody can get it.
Well, it
would have been found.
Now, hold on, buddy. This is circa 07, so there was no cloud. This was not on a cloud. It was just on a hard drive that I transferred to a disk. So I can't even blame the cloud, buddy. This one's on me.
No. What I was saying was it was stored regardless. It was just on a hard drive back in those days, where today you would get the cloud. Somebody could have got it if it happened 3 months ago. The thing I wanted to say was, you may feel like he was your best friend, and he may have been your best friend, but you wasn't his best friend, because he should have took up for you when all that went down, because he played the part. He did the deed. Whatever y'all agreements y'all had was between all of you, but he could have come out after what Brooke said yesterday and, said that you didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, here it is right here. Hold on. Let me play it for everybody.
And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape.
It would have made my life, it doesn't mean that I didn't have anything to do with it, but it didn't mean I was trying to make any money off my boy. He could have let me off the hook. Would have changed my life tremendously. But you know what, buddy? Because you sound like a good old boy who, is just no nonsense. What I went through, I wouldn't wish upon anybody else. Losing it all, losing your house, losing your studios, but it made me stronger. It humbled me, and it made me appreciate things that I took for granted back in the day, and that I thought money could buy or money could fix. And when you got no money, you just got to rely on your own fiber of your own being. And it made me a stronger and better person. So I wouldn't want to go through it again. I wish things would have worked out differently, but it taught me a serious lesson. And you're right. He used me a lot. I got him free. When he was I got audio tapes of Hogan begging for a job when
Chicken sandwich
when he
tour.
was at his very lowest and didn't have any. He was begging for a job.
Should have made him stunt.
So anyway, buddy, man, I really appreciate you, my friend, and your no nonsense approach, and I appreciate you, maybe giving the show a chance again.
All right.
I've been giving the show a chance. My wife has never. I went through a couple divorces like you and other people have in life, but my wife is a nurse now. I finally found one, and I'm 47. I found a good one. But she stayed up until 2:00 this morning, knowing that that she had to get up at 5:45, listening to all of that last night, and she didn't know a thing about you. I traveled the United States for years working on heavy equipment. So when I was in Florida and other places, I always listened to you. And then I just happened to stumble across you 3 or 4 months ago on YouTube and started watching you again. So I've, in the whole Missy beefcake, and I wonder how she's thinking today. She does look like a horse's ass.
Then she tries to throw the racist card on me. I'm a white guy and she's a white woman, and I tell her that her lips look like the ass of a baboon, and she tries to call me racial. I don't get it.
I don't either, and but she's probably speechless today over what was said. And I'm just glad, I bet it did lift 1 million pounds off your shoulders.
Oh, I cried. I cried yesterday, buddy, 2 or 3 times.
I know you did.
I actually called Brooke, and we spoke for and Lummy, you know me on the phone. I hate talking on the phone. I spoke to Brooke for about 90 minutes, and we just kind of laughed and reminisced, and it was about 4 or 5 o'clock, which was when her dad's ceremony or funeral was going down, and she's like, hey, right now my dad's funeral's going on, and I'm talking to Uncle Bubba, and we're laughing and we're moving on. And I just kept saying to her time and time again, Brooke, I can't believe that you called me out of the thin air, on the regular request line, and was able to kind of somewhat exonerate me or just give me some closure on some stuff that I've been trying to tell the people that everybody, up until yesterday was like, oh, that's just Bubba making excuses. Bubba did it all, that piece of crap. He's a no good mother effer. He's a cheater. He's a cuckold. He's all this kind of stuff. And so she really did me a solid yesterday, and I'm so humbled by her pick. She didn't have to do that. She didn't have to pick up the phone and do that for me, but she did, and I'm forever grateful, my friend.
Did you see the post that she put on Facebook and Instagram where it said she had her toes in the sand where they used to play together?
No, I didn't see that.
That was from when he died. That was like a week ago.
Yeah, that was when he passed, and she repurposed it yesterday because she was having a I'm going to be honest with you, she was having a tough time yesterday. Deep down she wanted to be there, but fundamentally for what she stands for, and she just didn't care for Sky, even though Sky and her really didn't have any heat. She had did her research, and she just was very concerned about people's motives, and she just didn't, it's going to be, and from this point forward, sir, it's going to get even more convoluted because now the fighting is going to begin on who gets what. That supposedly he's rumored to be worth $40-50 million. And, she doesn't, by the way, she doesn't get any of it. She took herself out of the will. She doesn't want any of it because she doesn't want this incessant fighting that's going to go on. She's a very non-confrontational person. She's got a unbelievable husband and twins, and she wants to concentrate on that. And, I respect her, and I will be forever grateful for what she did for me yesterday.
I couldn't believe it when I started listening to it. I was like, it's finally coming out because you've said it the whole time. And, I've been through under the bus so damn much. I'm surprised I'm still alive. It's run over me a lot for things that I've done in the past that I'm glad they went to cameras back then.
I didn't get hit by a bus. I got hit by a steamroller. I got flattened, my friend.
It ran over you a couple times.
And then it just kept going. Every day it just go back and forward, reverse. It just obliterated me into the soil. I just became dust in the wind, my friend.
Tim became one with the soil. $200.
Oh my God! Is that Travis's worker?
Yeah, it's brother.
Nice. Anyway, my friend,
I got one more quick thing I want to say.
Renee Acosta, $10.
They could have not actually done. I went through this with my dad. My dad passed away, standing right beside of me of a massive heart attack. I found my brother. He'd been dead for 15 days, and that was a sight you didn't want to see. But they didn't say nothing about it, even a toxicology report. Now that could have been done. And then nothing else, because I've went through it. And it's just strange that all of a sudden that they cremated him. That it looks like he would have had a mausoleum somewhere the size of a two-story house.
Yeah,
where people could go visit it.
There's just
this whole thing is fishy.
Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of. There's just a lot of it's very you know what, you're right, it's fishy. It is, it really is.
No way this guy's 47. You sound like some small town moonshine.
Remember what I told you?
Sorry,
Jesus. Okay. Good Frank, buddy, good talking to you.
Thanks from Dawsonville.
Tuttle, I don't want your new gig is to shoot on everybody that calls in. They're going to be afraid to call in. They're going to be like, Tuttle's going to cut me down.
No, but he was like, I think the tape was in the cloud.
Hello.
He's a young 47, Tuttle.
So, Bubba, it's Hey Tara, want a bus?
That's I haven't seen you around. Maybe you left me when all this went down, and now you're back. Have you been around?
I've been in YouTube chat.
Okay, perfect. I love that. I love that screen name.
I was under my real name for a while, and now I'm back under Hey Tara, want a bus.
If I would make I want to make a suggestion to everybody. Don't use your real name because the trolls are trying to screw with you. So come up with like a Hey Tara, you want a bus, or an Iggy, or something like that, because they're just, the better we do and the more positive traction we start getting, the more that the trolls just run, because they know we're on to something good. And they try. Can you see the feeding frenzy of the trolls? It's at an all-time fevered pitched high, because anytime we start getting a couple W's, they get scared.
Yes.
I got that because as soon as I put my real name in, or my real name was displayed on the chat, I started getting all kinds of crazy phone calls.
Yep, that's how it happens.
So
these people,
anyway,
these people that don't like me or have left the show or whatever are scared with this information that's going to start disseminating, from the documentary to Brooks' phone call. They're nervous right now. They're very, very nervous. And all they're going to do is screw with us. So please, if you're Bubba Army and you got us and you watch us on Rumble or Twitch or YouTube or Facebook, maybe use a different name besides yourself, because these people are ruthless and bad. They really are. And the better we do, the more they come out and the more aggressive they get.
Yeah, well, I never listened to you on 104.1 WMRQ up here in Connecticut when you came on. I was always a Sebastian, Stern, and didn't really like you until I got serious, and then I went to Stern and discovered you and been a faithful listener. I lost you for a couple of years, but now I've been back for quite a while, since at least 2012 when you had WBRN.
Yep. No, that would have been 15. That would have been the January 1st of 15 is when we started that. And oddly enough, the N-word, because the people that were trying to take me down when I reappeared on a Tampa-based radio station, they were holding on to that N-word tape, and that dropped conveniently, Lummy, in July 25th of 2015 after we started getting traction on them. That's when they dropped that. So they held on to that, for 3 years until again, the whole sex tape is wrapped around a radio war. And that's exactly what it, what it is. It was wrapped around a radio war to take me out and put me in jail. And Hogan was, collateral damage. They end up making, tens of millions of dollars.
Well, I want to congratulate Tuttle on his sobriety. I've been a year and a half sober. I spent 37 days in a rehab facility for alcoholism, and I'm still going strong. And just keep up the good work, Tuttle. You look really well.
Oh, congrats, man. Thank you so much for the kind words.
Tuttle, now find a way you can cut on him, because that's the way it can be.
No. I'm backing off. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Anyway, Bud.
Bubba, what about life insurance? Because sometimes there's a lot of provisions about life insurance and policies that you take out about certain narcotics, certain circumstances, certain illnesses. And if I'm sure Hogan had some type of life insurance policy, but not knowing conditions that were written into it. So that could be a possibility, too, as to why he wasn't autopsied and he got cremated on an expedited manner.
Great point. I didn't even think of that. So they, because there's a huge potentially, I don't know what type of policy you may or may not have, but that's a great point. The fact that, maybe some policies were written where it's void if, you have X, Y, or Z in your system. And again, I don't know the ins and outs of insurance policies, but maybe that's why he was expedited with regards to the cremation, so that the policy wouldn't null and void, and it's still effective. Great. You know what? That's something that I haven't heard, but that is definitely something that I find interesting. Absolutely.
All right, I'll self-edit and go listen to myself on the radio.
Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
All right, my man. Thanks. Let me, when I return, Diddy's lawyer confirms that they've reached out to Trump.
Yes.
For a pardon. I got to tell you, man, I don't think that's a good look for Trump.
Wow.
I don't think there's any upside to that at all. I know he's a lame duck, meaning he's not going to run for re-election. He can't for term limits, but
it's a good distraction.
Distraction from what?
Epstein.
Yeah, but he's not the one who's saying it. It's the lawyers the one who came out and said it.
Yeah, and I don't think he has anything to worry about on the Epstein. I don't know.
I think Hogan dying was a good because he tweeted on it or whatever.
Hogan dying was the Ozzy with a Hogan kicker was the best thing ever. Let me give you that article. We'll get into that. So this isn't. Trump may very well, have a hard no on this. This is the lawyer that's begging, right?
Yes.
Has Trump's not made a a comment with regards to this, has he?
Not this. He did it a couple months ago when someone asked him, and he said, "Well, we'll take a look at it."
Yeah, I mean, he just wants to be, he just wants to be aloof and not give him a hard no. And
he's got to have that chick. His pardons are, or whatever she is.
Oh, the Giselle Maxwell.
No, the pardon.
The pardons are.
Yeah, the African American lady that he put.
Oh, that would be in favor of P. Diddy.
That's true.
She might say, "Hey, man, you got to take care of the brother."
Maybe she was a Tupac fan.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Thank you, Summer Hourglass, Travis, and Mike. T-shirt Will, paper towel Willie, and the Bubba Army tips. What's up, Mitch the Mark? What's up, Birdo? DJ Brown. Buddha Ballin. What's up, guys? Old school Twitch. What's up, Lockdown BTN from the UK? It's dropped alright. You see Costco's got a shit ton of this in stock. Good morning, radio. Dirt Merchant, there, $2. Thank you, Dirt Merchant. Every dollar counts. Gonna call you the police. Good morning. What's up, grumpy old biker? What's up, Barry Hyde?
I want that whole Sirius XM mono, any, like that guy mentioned it, any mention of it, I want it put together because I'm sending it to him.
Okay, you got the other two callers are in your email.
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Okay. I am fucking starving. I'm gonna a couple more fucking Priz Xels here. We need to answer all those Bubba Army HQ inquiries.
Oh, I've been on them today.
Okay.
There's only one I didn't answer.
Now, when Macho Man sends me, is this the entire call?
Yeah. Yes, their call.
Huh?
Yes, those two are for the entire call.
Okay. Would that make them cumbersome for them to listen to, or would it be? Should I send it? I'll just send it.
Yeah, no, because I was gonna say there's one that's 9 minutes, so that's.
Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah.
We're gonna. You know what? I need.
We'll just have to go through and comb through it.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm not gonna send those two until you guys comb through them and make it a best of.
Okay.
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 So I'll wait for. I don't need them till this afternoon.
Okay. So the 9 minute, yeah, because one's 9:14. Okay. Well,
yeah.
pay for body? What the fuck?
What?
They make you pay for body cam footage?
Oh, who are you looking for?
City of Tampa.
Okay.
What's up, radio? Jesus, these news never stop.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Man, I can do 81390 Bubba. I haven't seen this type of phone activity since the Sirius XM days. For real.
Yeah.
I've not seen this type of phone. Phone lines are packed. 100%. God, I feel good about this. Do you think the documentary is going to blow up?
Yes.
Do you really think? Not Tiger King blow up, because I don't think there'll ever be another perfect storm where everybody's locked inside and they got something to watch. It just happens to be Tiger King was the most white trashy thing you could find. But I really do think that as long as it's taken to getting out, we've actually stumbled upon some very lucky timing, and it's very relevant. Brooke Hogan certainly helped things yesterday. That got a ton. God love me, that was nationally that story was nationally distributed, which might get me booked on some very influential podcasts. Maybe a little easier. That just coming out. Hogan just dying, being very topical. It coming out in 4 weeks or less. I think it really could. I think it really has a chance to be big. I really do.
Who kind of disappeared after running into you?
Who?
Darren Prince.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he has not been anywhere.
Hi, sir. It's Bubba. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is John McKinney, and I've been a big fan of Hulk Hogan for years. And, man, I'm telling you, when I heard that news last Thursday, I couldn't believe it. I was in shock. My wife called me. I was at home. My wife called me, and she said, "Did you hear about Hulk Hogan?" And I said, "What happened?" She said, "He died." And I was like, "No, he didn't." But, I was just in shock. And one thing I want to say to you, Bubba, I was one of those people that kind of badmouthed you over the years because I thought you were the one that turned him in. But after listening to Brooke yesterday, I know you don't know me, but I just want to personally, I feel better if I want to say, I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have been that way. I shouldn't have told people bad things about you when I didn't even know you. And I was like,
yeah, but to your credit, bud, first of all, let's start by saying I want to tell you thank you for your apology. Secondly, I have to put a caveat to that, meaning that's the only thing you knew. No, you weren't getting any other information except from me, and here I am. I certainly have every right to lie and to try to get myself out of this jam and to make myself look better. So there's no credible source that's saying that, hey, Bubba, yeah, you had some skin in the game, but you were set up a lot. And, you're not the guy that, tried to profit or leak it or sell it. You're guilty of letting your hot wife sleep with your best friend to try to get him out of a funk, and my surveillance system caught it. That's what I'm guilty of. But you didn't know any better. You didn't have a credible source that said otherwise. So, you had every right to feel that way, sir. And thank you so much for lack of a better term, manning up and picking up the phone and calling me and saying the words that you did, my friend. It means more to me than you know.
I also wanted to say Hulk Hogan was like my hero growing up. I loved that guy. And I wish there could have been a day that I could have walked up to him and shook his hand
and said, and told him how much he meant to my childhood. I mean, that guy was like, I was so bad. I was in tears last Thursday. And my wife looked at me and said, "Why are you crying?" I said, "Because part of my childhood's gone, and I wish I could have walked. I saw him from a distance one time when I was in Florida, and I didn't walk up and bother him because I thought, he had enough fans bothering him. I thought, I don't want to go up there and make a scene and stuff. So I said, now I wish I would have, because then I would have had that opportunity to know the man and shook his hand and said, "Hey, you meant a lot to me."
Well, I will tell you, roller coaster of emotions that I have with regards to him. He was always so really. Somebody yelling at you?
No.
Oh, he was always so gracious to his fans. He would have given you a big handshake and asked if you wanted to take a picture. He was really good. He was really good like that. He really was.
Yeah, and I know that he was, but you don't know when you're around famous people, and some people you go up to them and you see them in a restaurant and you walk up to them and they're like, "Don't bother me, I'm eating my dinner."
But now I will tell you this: that was one of his pet peeves. He'd literally be in the middle of eating taking a big bite of a ribeye, and somebody would come up and say, "Hey, can I get a picture?" And it was the same. It was the same response every time from Hogan, and he was very strict about this. And it was usually he was with his family. Where are you?
Cafeteria. Jeez.
I'm just at I work at a hospital. I'm in the cafeteria eating my breakfast.
All right. He would say this to a person that came up, behind him and wanted to get him when he was eating a scallop of potatoes. He would say, "Listen, brother, I will sign any autograph and take any picture you want, but catch me outside when I'm walking in my car. Let me enjoy let me at least eat and get through my meal with my family, and then I'll take any picture and any autograph you want walk into the car." So if you would, if you'd sit outside and wait for him, he would take all the time that you needed. He was very good like that.
And but me personally, I felt bad as a person, because I'm not that type of person. I don't like accusing people of wrongdoings and not knowing the whole story behind it, not knowing you. But I watched the interview you guys had with Brooke yesterday, and I'll tell you one thing: what a woman that girl is.
What a woman. I mean, and she has turned out to be completely opposite of her brother. Her brother is an absolute piece of shiz, but she is one hell of a woman. She's a hell of a wife. She just really, money doesn't matter to her. She doesn't really make a lot of money, but she doesn't need a lot of money. She doesn't want any of her dad's money. She just wanted her dad to rethink marrying this woman in fear that, some kabuki stuff could happen. And I mean, in my opinion, in strictly my opinion, she was right. Her intuition, her woman's instincts and intuition were correct. And, I wish things would have turned out differently, obviously. But hey, bud, enjoy your breakfast, and more importantly, man, thank you for calling me. And I welcome back. Hopefully, a way to you can listen or watch the show on YouTube.
I'm definitely gonna listen to your show more often. If I have a chance to call in anymore, I'm definitely gonna do that, because I've enjoyed your show. I've enjoyed listening to you these last couple of days, and I will say one thing before I go. I know Hogan was awfully close to you, and I want to tell you personally, sorry for your loss. I know he was a great guy, and he was a good friend to you. So I hope you get through this difficult time, and I pray for you and your family that you get through this time.
Appreciate it, my friend. Enjoy your breakfast. I look forward to hearing back from you, bud.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Lummy, here's the I never really pay much attention to this guy, this Jake Trapper guy.
A lot of people don't.
I mean, after he had pretty much admitted that he when he was the guy asking the questions on the presidential debate, and he deliberately skewed it towards Biden, and then he comes out and uses that information to promote a book. You're not a true journalist, and why CNN still has this guy on, I have no idea.
The interview for you in our Law and Justice lead. CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister just sat down with Nicole Westmoreland. She is one of the top attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs. For Westmoreland's very first interview since Diddy was acquitted of the most serious charges in his federal sex trafficking trial, but convicted on prostitution.
Did I say fish on the J and Daniel Dabbs?
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Offenses. Elizabeth Wagmeister joins us now. Elizabeth, let's start with the major headline that Westmoreland just told you about conversations that they are attempting with the Trump administration about a possible pardon.
Yeah, so there have been many reports recently that the Trump administration has been seriously considering a pardon. Now, I had heard from my sources, Jake, that those reports were premature, and the president actually commented on this just days ago. Take a look at what Nicole told me.
To me, this feels like kind of a, and Tuttle, you can tell me what you think, kind of a propaganda piece from the P. Diddy people, kind of throwing it out there to try to put Donald Trump's back against the wall to make a decision on this when they don't really have any hard evidence that Trump would do this. And they're trying to, get on, kind of maybe for lack of a better term, get on his radar. It feels like a propaganda piece to get on Trump's radar.
How does it help, though, Trump pardoning, giving Diddy a pardon?
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't.
I think it's them trying to set it up so they can bury Trump.
I think so.
Of people in Sean Combs's orbit, have they had...
It's amazing what CNN will do to make Trump look bad, including putting together hey, are you gonna pardon P. Diddy? And then once you don't, you try to flip the script to make Trump look like a dick because he didn't pardon a guy that is, in my opinion, you have no business being pardoned.
Had conversations with the Trump administration?
Yes. My understanding is that we have reached out.
Reached out is one thing. Having a conversation is another. Do you know if there have been active conversations about a pardon?
Yes, we've. It's my understanding that we've reached out and had conversations in reference to a pardon.
President Trump, when he was asked about this pardon, he said, quote, "I was very friendly with him. I got along."
More and more people want to have conversations with brands.
Ben Summers, $100.
Great, and he seemed like a nice guy.
Who's the hunter?
Ben Summers, new money.
Brand new money, Ben Summers. Thank you, Ben. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all of it at the Bubba Army. That's how we stay on the air nowadays. Everything's been taken away.
Is it me or does this interview seem weird? Like, they're not even in the same room with each other, right?
No, you're right. You're completely right.
I didn't know him well, but when I ran for office, he was very hostile. And the president indicated that a pardon is likely not on the table because...
it looks like she's on the
she's on a TV.
Yeah, the African-American woman's on a TV.
Of that break in his relationship with Mr. Combs years ago. How is he feeling now about the chances of a pardon given the president's commentary?
I think that Mr. Combs is a very hopeful person, and I believe that he remains hopeful.
He what?
He can remain hopeful.
Now, Jake,
there's nothing there. This is all about making something out of nothing. There is nothing there. That Mr. Combs can remain hopeful. Well, you know what? I can remain hopeful that I'm going to win mother effing Powerball this weekend too.
White House responded to us when we were...
I can remain hopeful, Loma, that someday I won't be a fat ass and I get down to the 249, which is my goal that I'll never hit again.
Reached out to comment, and they said that they will not comment on the existence or non-existence of any clemency request.
Exactly. So when the White House says we ain't commenting about anything, that means pack sand, buddy.
And Elizabeth, you also...
Jake, throw your nonsense in there.
Asked Westmoreland about the defense team's strategy during the trial. Tell us about that.
Yes, we talked in great length about the strategy during the trial because, of course, as you said...
All right, I'm out of here. I don't even want to see the rest of this. If Trump... I'm gonna go on record here. I got to go to words. I'm way late. I would consider myself, pro-Trump. I voted for Trump. I thought he was a better choice of the two. I actually think some of Trump's stuff's working out. I think Trump needs to be more presidential and stay off Twitter and stop running his mouth about some stuff. But I think he's done some pretty good stuff. I think he's done some stupid stuff. But I would consider myself more pro-Trump than anti-Trump. But if he And I'm going to stay true to my word on this. If he pardons P. Diddy, I'm done with him. I will turn into the biggest Trump hater ever.
I think a lot of people will.
Like, I am done. I voted for you. I'm right in your demographic. I'm a Floridian, 59 years old. By the way, I've met you, Donald Trump, several times, one of which I sat 3 chairs from you during the Howard and Beth Stern wedding. Met your wife, Melania. I saw you looking at Heather. Don't you?
Would you have let him?
Might as well.
He wasn't working with that much anyhow. So.
I didn't have a camera. And what would the Heather Trump tape be worth? Now that's what I'm selling. Now that's the one that I'm selling right there, buddy. I'd be dead though. I'd be dead. He'd have me snuffed out.
Secret Service.
Yeah. He'd catch me. But I'm just telling you, man. I'm going on record right now. I'm running late. If Trump pardons P. Diddy, I am going to be the biggest Trump hater ever. There's just no upside to it, bud. Has nothing to do with race, color, ethnicity. Just has everything to do with, like, stop. Some people have to do their time. And they had a willy-nilly case at best, but they at least convicted him on stuff, the Mann Act, and solicitation of prostitution and prostitution across state lines. That he did that. Let him do his time. Keep your nose out of it. It's not going to work out well for you. And I will never speak a good word about that guy if he pardons P. Diddy. Now, if he doesn't pardon P. Diddy, I'm still rolling with him. I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt. When he messes up and acts stupid, I'll call him out. When he does something good, I'll commend him. But don't, under any circumstances, pardon P. Diddy.
We'll cut that and send it to him.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Wish your boy a happy 62. Make sure you put that out there. I saw you in chat. I was gonna say something, but then I didn't think you were still in there. I missed it. All right. Well, We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Good morning, Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Hello. What's up, Red SD? How's it going? Good.
God, look at my fucking girl.
Yeah,
God.
Hold on for like 5 minutes.
Are you fucking kidding me? Am I the only one?
Oh, straight fire.
Oh my God. You like blondes?
I like all types, yeah. Oh, look at Rimmer and Hogan.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, throw the Hogan gimmick up there. Wonder what they're saying.
Oh, CBS covered, I looked on their website. The only thing they covered was the memorial service and then how from 5 to 10 yesterday at the Hogan's restaurant, they had a closed private event for all the guests. There's Indian Rocks.
Is that a big church?
Yes, very big.
Real big.
Real big.
Like a mega church?
Yeah. It's when I went there, it was fucking big, and they added like 4 fucking big ass buildings. It looks like about now the size of not without walls. The big one in Tampa. You want this piece, Bubba?
What piece?
The CBS piece?
Yeah, for tomorrow.
All right. Frank Stallone.
Was it Frank Stallone?
Yeah.
Slice and his brother? Frank, get out there.
Make an appearance. What's up, Big Red? Fudo. Easy, never trust that part after 40. What's up, Society Redneck? Welcome back, Big Red. Starboard.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Well, I love you, and thank you for being so good to us as kids and being good to my dad. And trust me, I know in my heart who you are, and I appreciate, everything you did for our family and for me with my music and for my dad with whatever he needed. I mean, you were really the GOAT. You were always Uncle Bubba to me, and you always had a heart of gold. And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape.
Lummy, one of the, what next to probably Howard giving me well, no, not next to, but right along the lines of important phone calls or important opportunities or important redemptions or whatever the Brooke Hogan call yesterday out of thin air, out of nowhere, goes right along the lines with the opportunity that Howard gave me in 2006 to be part of his team. I'm just so grateful, so humble. Hi, who's this?
Hey, Bob, it's Andrew McLean from the Over the Line podcast.
From what? Oh, from where? Over the line?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's me.
Isn't that a pretty? Lummy, is that one that we carry?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's one of the podcasts that's on our network. Yes.
I was on the show a
it.
couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Pedal was on, and we had a great time. I just want to call in and tell you that not just me, but John Bird, Tampa Tony Gump, and even my wife Trish were so happy for you yesterday when Brooke called in. I mean, even my wife, who finally, over the past several months, has warmed up to your show, even cried a little bit last night. As we went back and watched it, we watched it twice. We were just in amazement that, and we had always believed you all along, but just for you to get that vindication, we were all just so elated, so happy for you, and we just wanted you to know that.
And thank you for believing me, but it really, me saying it is one thing. Of course, I'm going to take a position of, trying to cover my ass, but, when a person that has nothing to gain and actually spoke to her father about this particular situation the night that the FBI sting happened at the Sand Pearl restaurant, at the Sand Pearl Hotel, and for him to come back from that FBI sting and tell his wife Jennifer and his daughter Brooke that, hey, Bubba didn't have anything to do with the leaking of this, is, really about as close to the source as you can get. And I can't say it enough. I'm so grateful and I'm so humble, and she didn't have to Brooke Hogan didn't have to, she doesn't owe me anything. She didn't have to make that phone call.
Yeah, and if you run the tape back and watch the part where she gives that information and she says that Hogan told her that directly, your mouth drops open and stays there for what seems like 5 minutes, because you were shocked. We were all shocked when that came out of her mouth, and I'm like, well, that's it right there.
Yeah,
and that vindicates everything.
As it was happening in real time, I was just like, you happen to be one that was watching me on camera. I was just like, oh my God, this is really happening. Like, I actually have somebody that has, a lot of credibility, kind of saying what I've been trying to say for, 15, 14, 13 years. Oh my God, this is really happening to me. It's like almost if you were, and this sounds really stupid, but it'd be like if you were reading, if you had a lotto ticket in your hand and your wife's reading you the winning numbers, and everyone that she reads, you got on your ticket, and then and your Powerball's 9, and she goes, Powerball 9, it's like, you're just like not believing what you're hearing. Like, it's just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, this is really happening. I don't know what this is going to equate to. I don't know what this is going to equal to, but it can't be bad. I mean, I think I've already weathered the bad storm. Maybe there's some light at the end of this very dark tunnel.
Yeah, and it's crazy because as a fellow radio guy, I actually sent Lummy a text after the show yesterday, and I said to him, I said, this is exactly why I fell in love with this show years and years ago, all the way back to the Sirius days, is because, one, you never know what's going to happen on the Bubba the Love Sponge show, but two, it is the most real, raw, authentic radio that you're going to find anywhere, and I still stand on that.
I appreciate you. More importantly, I appreciate you guys and your hard work for the Over the Line podcast. Thank you for allowing us to repurpose it on our forum. And I just, again, tell the guys thank you so much. Tell your wife thank you for having an open mind about this. And we look forward to continuing our relationship with you guys. Thank you so much, bud.
And happy birthday to Bird. They're 62.
Yeah, happy birthday to Bird.
Yeah.
62.
He's 62 years old. Our 62 is finally 62.
The 62, it's like the Diamond Jubilee birthday. The 62 is 62.
That's right. All right, I'll talk to you guys soon.
Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much.
Real nice jam, geez.
Oh, my God, 813-90-BUBBA, 813-902-8222. I haven't had this type of phone activity since, 2011. Hello.
Bubba, White Iced Tea.
Hey, White Iced Tea, how you doing?
Man, I'm feeling liberated. That's how I'm doing. I've never fought with so many grown men about another grown man than I have over you throughout these years, man. And a lot of them currently I work with, and it feels so great to play your show out loud for these bums to hear.
But you know what?
I love it.
But what I see, don't be a dick about it. Baby.
Oh, I'm not.
Be a kind of baby face about it and say, rather than I told you so, just say, do you got a different opinion now? Like, put it in there, do a question form. Be like, do you believe me now? And do you got a better understanding as to how this went down now? Frame it that way, because Ice-T, you sound very just your delivery is confrontational and ghetto. I can see where a guy would want to fight you just on your confrontation. Be like, let me tell you something. Are you stupid mother effers? I can see how you are.
With this newfound, well-deserved national glory that we're getting, and I do say we're because I feel like we're all a part of the team.
We are.
Just like when I tell everybody that, we're going to win the Super Bowl this year, meaning the Buccaneers. Now, I know I'm not part of the Buccaneers, but I say we're. So with this newfound glory that we have, do you think that this puts you on the radar for Howard's spot, since allegedly they're not going to be re-signing him?
I don't think it hurts. I got some large hurdles to overcome. One of which is the guy that makes the ultimate decision, Scott Greenstein. I don't know that I'm necessarily the most liked guy in his world, but if I could overcome that hurdle, or I could apologize to him, and they could understand, that there's probably only one guy that has the chops with the right tools, and if we had a guest booking department where I had a guest every day, I'm just as good of an interviewer as the next guy. I don't know that it really helps me, but I don't think it hurts me.
Do we have access to this man's email address?
No,
so the Bubba Army. Okay.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to bombard this guy. This guy's a very, 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 very high up and makes all the decisions programming wise. He doesn't need to be inundated with Bubba Army. If this is
you're right about that.
You're right. If this is a decision that he feels is best for Sirius, he'll pull the trigger. If he thinks it's not, he won't.
Well, I'm sure you're definitely on the radar. And my last thing is, did you happen to invite Brooke to Bark this year with her husband? Is that anything that's an option?
That was definitely a lock-in, and I wanted to keep it a secret, but,
Oh, I didn't mean to spill the beans, bro.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude.
I didn't want to make it public, but absolutely.
Oh, you should have said no.
No.
I didn't.
No, I'm certainly going to. I would probably predict that they will be there.
Man, what a phone call. I'll be honest, man, you're blowing up. I've never had to wait on the phone that long for you to respond. To be on the line and on hold for 20 minutes, it felt great, because I know that's a good thing.
Iced tea.
Anyways,
white iced tea.
You guys have a...
Love you, buddy.
Hey, love y'all, man. Take care. Thank you.
All right, my man.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Shut up, Spice, $20. Where do you see that at? Forward scratching. Probably 550. Hit that thumbs up button. I'm trying to find it there, Florida scratching. Won't be difficult. Let's see if I can do it this way. This is a good idea. You can shut it up, Spice. They don't have it on there for the scratching. We'll go this way for the scratching. There you go, Bubba Army. Great idea. You are Snizuk. No group of lips, we have it. Try it that way. Nope. Yes, and there's these full heads on it. You got that right. Because they make it easy. I don't have it on there. Of course not. Yeah, fan Orlando. It'd be the first time someone repeated it since like the 90s.
Hi, Lummy.
Hi, Bubba.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Almost out of here. This has been one of the most interesting shows I've done in 12, 13, 14 years. In that I got 5 phone lines, 813-90-BUBBA, 813-902-8222. And, Lummy, how hot your show is and how hot your programming that you're putting through for people to consume has a lot to do with people wanting to call in and participate. Tuttle, you've been in radio as long as I have. Oh, yeah. With regards to talk radio content or talk content, your phone lines and people packing your phone lines with wanting to say something to the host is a direct correlation as to how popular or good your show's going.
And it's engagement, though. When people want to contribute to what you're already speaking of, people are definitely interested.
And when you're saying something that's so compelling to them that they want to pick up the phone and call and sit on hold for 20 minutes, it just goes to show you the quality of what you're putting through for them to want to talk about. And let's be honest, there's been a couple, 17, 18, 19, where, we wouldn't get a phone call.
No.
In fact, I'd put my phones on hold just because I didn't, it wasn't pathetic. It just that we didn't have the momentum or the reach or the amount of people paying attention, to the program as we do now. We're probably right now at our highest peak volume of eyeballs and ears whether it be you're just listening through BubbaArmyHQ.com, whether you're listening to TuneIn, iHeart, Florida Man Radio app, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, X, Twitter, Twitch. There's just, we have so many different avenues. I mean, we did 10 million views in the last 28 days. We've done 10 million views on our Facebook page.
Look at that.
And I'm just telling you, I said this a few minutes ago, but one of the next to Howard's opportunity that he gave me in 2006 to be part of his platform, the Brooke Hogan call may have done as much for my current career as that. It was I feel as if Brooke Hogan, just taking it just out of nowhere, out of thin air, calling us, giving us the information she did, unlocked something, unlocked thousands and thousands and thousands of people who didn't know the truth about, a certain portion of the sex tape and hated me for it. And when she said, what she did yesterday, which we've clipped and, I'll play quite often because it's very important.
And my dad told me that he knew it wasn't you that leaked the tape.
Some of the most, it's 5.5 seconds, probably the most important 5.5 seconds that's been uttered on my network in well over a decade. Unleashing and unlocking people that formerly hated me because they didn't know the truth. And I'm be forever grateful for her. And you could feel it today on today's show. I mean, Tuttle, we had packed phone lines and, callers, calling in, apologizing, saying we were wrong. And I'm telling coworkers are listening to, watching you on YouTube right now. And they're like, oh my God, Bubba, and then listeners saying, hey, listen, you know how hard it's been to be a Bubba Army fan because you're so hated because people think that you did what you did. And it makes, the 90% of my people that used to listen to my show that I lost and the 10% that stuck around, it's been tough. It's tough to like the bad guy when the person that you're trying to convince hates your guts. It's tough to stick up for that guy. It's been tough to be Bubba Army.
Big Red, $100.
Oh, yeah. Is he back in town yet, or is he still Canada?
He's back down in the United States.
Fantastic. So, I'm going to actually try to go see Brooke next weekend.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to try to go see her. They live in Orlando.
You coming to Orlando? Awesome.
Yeah. And see her kids and meet her husband. And I'll probably see her and start crying like a little bitch.
Are you going to tape that? Are you going to tape that?
No, I'm not going to tape it. It's just that would be too. No, it would be. That sounds too opportunistic. No. Just going to be her, me, her husband, Erica, maybe my sister. But I have a big, very important meeting at 10:30 about the documentary, the final polishing and the booking of where I'm going to go do the. I got a big meeting at 10:30 about my new doc. Not my new doc. The company that's putting this thing together's new doc. Video killed the radio star. Out in 1 month. Toto, great job today.
Thank you.
Love me, I love you.
Love you too, Bubba.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
Our pig hello.
oh.